Welcome to the stream today. I was right about ready to start, and then I realized that I had a balked playlist. But here we are. We are going to be in the race rig later, but for now, we are just going to be sitting here, having a bit of a relaxing chat about all of the vehicles. We have a lot of people in chat, and a lot of them are now channel members. Thank you mostly to, now I'm drawing a blank on their name. Ringo. So, we have Chromatic Schnitzel, welcome. B-Set Automotive Fan, Adrian Vanis, welcome to the stream, and I believe I've seen you around here. Sneaky Mr. Wiggles, welcome back. Firebird Bro, welcome. CX76CX, welcome back. Revhang Bro, can't wait for you to start making content again, maybe, I don't know about that. Going up a little bit more, we also have Ringo and Crownless. Yeah. Oh, also, Octane, how's it going? Mine car is tiny. There is what I would call two small cars and one kind of small car. So there's this small one, and then this one is, I mean, it's a hatchback, but it's like a modern hatchback where it's really just a giant vehicle in a hatchback skin. It is really strange that they've like kind of given up on hatchbacks actually being small cars. I don't get it. And here in Australia, apparently, you know the Ford Fiesta and the Ford Focus, how they have sports versions called the ST, which we never used to call it ST here. They have announced that they are no longer making those in Australia. Oh, sorry, not making. They're no longer releasing them in Australia. Do I have... Yeah, I do have it on. Good, okay. Just want to make sure my audio is working right. Welcome, Not Santos. How's it going? Why is there a tank? Because some people are crazy. Now, I was actually going to have 11 vehicles because the tank doesn't really get a whole review. It's kind of like... I look at it, it's cool, but then I can't really comment much on it because I don't know much about tanks. And the drive is going to be basically a little bit off-road. That would be about it. Unfortunately, one of the people submitted a .zip file of their mod, but a .car file inside of a zip file. I don't know how people make that mistake. I don't understand. Why? Why would you do that? That's a silly, very silly. Welcome, Nathan, to the stream. I don't believe I've seen you around here before. Rip, think the UK will still get the STS. I don't know what the STS is. Never heard of it before. Also, I don't think that song fits. This one doesn't, but it sounds funky, so I'm going to keep it. Oh, you mean the STs? Oh, I get it. Welcome. I'm in Nodurus. Welcome to the stream, bro. I recognize your DP at least. I do know you. I've seen you around before. Well, Ringo's car, it's tiny. You know, I didn't really look at the names when I was downloading the cars today, so I don't know which one is Ringo's. Can I cheat and DM you a car? No. You see a Group C? Yes! There is a Group C car, and that one will be interesting to try out. Hopefully it is good. Is that Formula E car back there? That? No, that's a Group C. If you mean in the back, you know, this one is apparently a hybrid, so we'll try that one out. Welcome, Antonine Marza. How's it going? Don't believe I've seen you around in these parts before. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, Cool Boss. How's it going, bro? Oh yeah, we're rocking now. The music, I think, is pretty cool. Small tank. Apparently, this is based on a real tank. It was kind of more apparently of a publicity stunt, and only had very specific uses between World War I and World War II. I'm not entirely sure on that one, but that's what I heard. Welcome, Nicholas D. Pascale. Pascale? Also seems like we have struck a time of old car popularity. Yeah, there was a bit of a boom in old cars, and I don't understand. They all look very similar. All four of them. That's almost half of all the vehicles here today are that like 1950s sort of design. that kind of like started a little bit in the 40s and then didn't really survive all the way to the 60s. Not that beside that hill climb car. You mean this? No, this looks like a Daihatsu Copen or something like that. One of those weird ones. Welcome, Twisted T, to the stream, bro. How's it going? Frembus, welcome back as well. Good thing I didn't submit my 1960s race car, lol. I think 1960s race cars are pretty cool, as long as you keep to crossplies until the late 70s into the 80s sort of time period. And they were like a medium compound until the early 70s, then you can go to slicks. But yeah, there's a lot of terrible tiredness until about the 70s sort of time period. Anyway, I have to go now. If I stay any longer, I'll get in trouble. Okay, Chromatic Schnitzel, catch you next time, bro. Adrian Venice, welcome. No, above the hill climb car looks like a Formula E. Above the hill climb car, that means one of these three, right? Do you mean this one again? No, that's a hybrid. It's got medium, what? Medium combat? Okay, cool. Ah! Camera too fast. Okay, let's bring that back. Slow that camera down a little bit. Good, okay. So, I had a bit of a drive around in this, and I don't think the wheels articulate or anything, so it's all just visual, I believe. Want to do the wheel and gauges once I polish handling. Fair enough. Someone's schnitzeling off chromatically, if you say so. We've got a lot of this sort of corrugation on the side. I don't know what that's meant to be. I'm guessing what they were thinking was it was to like remove the damage from like hitting directly. I can't really tell you. I don't know what they were thinking here. I know that there was, at this time, they realized that angles meant that when a bullet hits, not only do you get like ricochet, like you can just deflect something, but the thickness is that thick as opposed to being thinner. So the more angle you have, the thicker the metal technically is. Maybe that's what they were thinking? Except the problem is like a thing comes in and ricochets, but then it like gets funneled into a groove line area, and they'll just build up the damage in very certain areas. So, yeah, I don't know, bro. Doesn't seem like the best idea. Welcome, Jens! Does it shoot? I don't believe so. We'll have a bit of a look, though. No, it's for mines, not for that, you think? Yeah, I didn't think it would be for that sort of stuff. The other thing was, I was thinking maybe like, I know later than this, they started putting shielding on the tanks, but like, out in sticks, basically, like little metal poles, to give like a bit of an air gap. So then if something was to be HE, or high energy or high explosive or whatever, I can't remember exactly, it would hit the first thing, it would ignite then, and then all of the explosion would dissipate over the actual tank's thickness. Anyway, welcome, Canola Sky's back. Let's have a look on the inside. Absolutely nothing. What engine do we have in here? We have a straight 6, I believe. Yeah, I think, by the looks of it, they might be trying to maybe replicate a diesel. I'm guessing this thing is probably going to be really low on power. Do we have wheels and axles that we can have a look at? No, absolutely nothing to look at. So, this is just an outside visual sort of looking thing. I also just realized I don't have all my keybounds set again. I had to reset my controls because they were acting weird and everything is now gone. So, let's go to camera. It's free camera, right? Zoom in, zoom out, move backwards, forwards, left, right. Camera seat, head back, tilt, seat up and down. Let's add G. May conflict with G function? Sure. Now I've lost it. Here we go. And I like to have this one as B. Yep. Don't care about nitrous oxide either. Alright, does that work? Yes, it does. Good. Okay. Alright, that's all a little bit of housekeeping done. Does it have tank steering, though? I don't know. Probably not. I don't remember. I just kind of quickly drove it into place because I was running a long time. Then we've got this, and I just noticed that these rear tail lights are completely custom. I think that's a pretty good job that they've done. I like the two-tone split all the way down, divided by chrome, and then like just like an extra chrome detail as well, looking pretty snazzy. On the front, a bit thick and garish on some of the surfaces compared to other surfaces, but still looks pretty good. I do like this one a lot. Looking pretty good, actually. I like the, kind of small body sort of look that it has, where it's got, like, the small wheel area, but, like, then the rest of the body is much taller that you used to get back in the day. That is meant for heat ammo that can burn a hole in armor, so they think they can separate armor from the body of tanks, so the heat ammo explodes before it can get inside the tank. Sorry. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I explained. A bunch of 50 stuff. There was 4 50s cars, yes. Anyway, let's move in and see what we have on the inside here. We have drum brakes and double wishbone. Very standardized, cheap sort of stuff. I'd love if automation allowed us to put more interesting suspension on the front. There is front torsion beam suspension. It's kind of like McPherson strut, except the spring comes along and then has a torsion beam out. You can also have semi-trailing arm, though not the sort of semi-trailing arm that's in automation. A different sort of semi-trailing arm, but also on the front for different sorts of things. There's also leading arm that they could have. I feel it just like the front suspension is a little too generic. It's either McPherson strut, which is much later, double wishbone, which is okay, I suppose, but then solid axle, which you don't really want to use unless you're doing off-road. I feel that they should increase a little bit of variety on the front. But I'd love to see more race car stuff before we get to that, because I love race cars. For next stream, we need 20s. You can submit whatever you want, bro. Looks like MG for me is something like that. I mean, yeah, it looks a little bit British, I do agree with that, but that's kind of like the small wheel design on the big body. That's some very wide wheels. Oh, you know what? I didn't check at the wheels. Oh, yeah, no, that's not right at all. These things would come with very narrow wheels. What engine do we have in here? What? Velo C twin power? Is that meant to be some sort of like... I don't know what that's meant to be. It looks like air filters. I'd have to look at the description on that one. They even put in a custom radiator and custom, like, radiator hose. That's... that doesn't look right. To me, at least. Oldsmobile, no, a little too small for that. The twin H-Power for Hudson Hornet. Sure. Anyway, we have an inline 6 twin 2-barrel carburetors. Nice. Got some regular car sort of thing. So this is meant to be a powerful one. They didn't go for the car slog, which would have been very common in this sort of time period. Welcome, Javo, to the stream. Yeah. Hello. So, they've also got engine mounts. Wow, they went to a lot of detail on the engine itself. So, weird small radiator hose. I feel as if that would be a bigger one than that. What you could have potentially done to make this look less weird is not match this to the size of that, but to also have it considerably thicker. Then have that thicker hose, maybe like go into here somewhere or like towards the bottom, and then have it come from the top over this side to the top of the engine somewhere. It feels weird, that like spindly little hose going like that. Jesus, I thought you were saying twin turbo. In the 60s is when they got turbos, but not this sort of vehicle. There's also a battery in here. Oh my god. That's pretty cool. I was thinking that this looks like maybe some sort of turbo sort of thing. I don't know. I don't know what this is meant to be. Ah! Okay. beamng does a weird thing sometimes where like it doesn't remember keybinds and stuff. Yeah, I don't get it. Maybe what happened is this manifold, air filter area was meant to be invisible and automation just didn't make it invisible. So the air, because it looks like that's meant to connect into there. So I think that's what happened. And I think if that had actually been invisible and they had actually done that properly, which they may have had to go into Blender, who knows, and do a lot of material work to make it work again, that could have been really cool. Looks like an air intake, but they exploded it with the air intake. Yeah. As I've got, yeah. Looks like the Hudson's original, looks for the Hudson's twin H-Power for those air cleaners for the carbs. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, let's move down to the back. We have two-wheel drive in the rear with solid axle drum brakes on coils. So they're going for a little bit more comfort here, not with leaf springs. Got the fuel tank in there. They've got stuff in the boot. What is this? Robot parts. You weren't meant to look here. Well, I did. They've also got a spare tire in here. Way too big. Nice little detail there. Pretty cool vehicle. Let's have a look at the interior here. No gauges, which is unfortunate. It looks really well thought out here. Is that a custom steering wheel? That's cool. Except having the grips at 9 and 3 is very much a new thing. Back in the day, for these sorts of cars, it was 10 and 2. The reason being is you didn't have to worry about airbags and all that sort of stuff. So your grip would be here and here, not so much here. So I don't know what it is that you've done here, but it looks cool, just not right. Yeah, so I don't know. It doesn't seem right in my opinion. In my humble opinion. Seats are a little bit high. Let's go see what you've done to the floor here. You are very tight to the floor. And it doesn't look like you can go any further lower. Did you just stretch out the seats maybe a little too much vertically? I think you did, yeah. Seats could have been a little bit lower. I do like the rear seat though. Is that all individual fixtures? No, that is a single fixture. Where do they get this stuff from? What about here? That's also one fixture as well. Huh. I like it. I might have to look into those. They've even got a key in here with... Oh, it's a little crash dummy head on it. Nice. Cool. What is that gear shifter? Is that also a fixture? That is also a single fixture. So either somebody's gone ham with Blender and made a whole bunch of different things, or somebody has released a mod that I haven't seen yet. Apart from the wide tires, I like this car. Yeah, I agree with that. Jesus, I thought he will say... I've already read all of this. Hiding the chassis in the same set of options does work, but hiding the engine intake does not work, sadly. It does, kind of, but not the air box. It only hides the intake itself when it gets to beamng. The 50s interior pack mod I just got, I don't know if it's... Oh, okay, cool. We'll have a look into that. And that includes this thing here. They haven't done the trick that I knew to make that mold to the body, which is a mod maker thing, not their thing. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I like it. Also being 50s, seatbelts would have been a premium, so I am absolutely fine with it not having seatbelts. I also like the fact that they've got the sort of door handles you'd see in a 50s car. I don't know about its placement and its orientation, but it looks okay. Your window winder might not reach there, or at least it'd get very close. Welcome, Yair, to the stream. How's it going? Wait, I didn't see the hood ornament. Oh, that looks kind of cool. Is that meant to be a whale or a shark? I'm not sure. It looks cool. I like it. Now, we've got this 50s car. I just want to point out, got the 4 side vent holes and 4 side vent holes. I'm pretty sure these are made by different people. So, coincidence? I think not. But that was also a fairly common number, like 4 of things. This is looking pretty good. Flight Power V8. Okay. Croydon Motors. That is a name I've heard a lot through my streams. Sorry for being late. I had a power outage. Oh, that's unfortunate. But you're not that late, Thumper. You're only, like, if it takes about 10 minutes for intro, you're only about 20 minutes late, which is not an issue. Let's go see what we've got in here. I love the painted wheels, by the way. And a pretty cool painted way as well. So what they could have done is painted it and then just kind of skimmed off the outer rim sort of area. Really well done. The horizontal tail fins should give away that it's not a shark. Okay, so it's meant to be a dolphin then. You're right, I did remember after you told me sharks are vertical, right? And dolphins are flat. I'm not much of an ocean sort of person, so it just didn't really click into me. The only thing I saw was a tail fin. I thought shark, dolphin, don't know. Then we've got whale. Drum brakes on double wishbone, same as the other one. Fair enough. We've got a cast short. If this would be American in the 50s, it probably would have been cast log. Probably also would have been push rod. Sorry, not push rod. Flathead, but that's fine. Then we have a twin carburetor setup, two barrel carburetors. Interesting. A lot of people doing like multiple twin barrel carburetors as opposed to using the full barrels very often, which you would see full barrels occasionally, especially on American vehicles for the high performance ones. I feel that a single full barrel would be cheaper than two twin barrels? Am I wrong on that? 50s American taxi? Maybe. I thought Australia had all the dangerous animals in the world, but apparently you are missing land sharks. Yeah, now we do have a lot of shark issues, but I just don't go to the ocean very often, to be honest. Anyway, coming down to the rear, our hefty V8, which will probably have a decent amount of power. I would have expected the V8 of the 1950s to maybe have like 100 horsepower, maybe a little bit less, unless it's like a really high performance sort of vehicle. Then we have independent rear suspension. No, not in this sort of vehicle. On semi-trailer, very unlikely, unless it's meant to be British. I don't think independent rear suspension fits this vehicle. I mean, I was even mildly against this thing having coil springs in the back, but not completely against. It might have had it. Chevy nostalgia. I wonder about the weight of all these old vehicles. Should be around 2 tons, right? Actually, old vehicles weren't super heavy. In the 50s is when they kind of peaked a little bit, but they were actually a lot lighter because there was not much sound deadening. Everything was just a little bit smaller when it comes to things like engines and stuff like that. They didn't need to be particularly big, especially flatheads. Tires were narrower and smaller, all that sort of stuff. And there was no technology and basically no safety. So it's almost a bit of a myth that old cars are just automatically heavy. A lot of them were actually a lot lighter than what you'd think. But I'm also comparing them to modern day cars. Australia doesn't have that much to deal with sharks. The ocean, the occasional Bondi Beach shark. No, they're everywhere around Australia, basically. That is really, and maybe some other place. No, sharks are pretty much an issue everywhere around Australia. I don't think there's any place where people frequent that sharks don't go to. My microphone. What is that tank? Maybe watch from the beginning. Welcome, Jumbo Jacob. Anyway, then we've got this weirdo. I like it, but it is very peculiar on the back. I only just noticed the back of it. I thought this one was going to be like a cool pink Cadillac, and then I saw the rear of it, and I've not looked at the rear of this vehicle before. That looks strange. There you go, you surrounded? Yeah. Our land is girt by sea, but also girt by sharks. You have to know the Australian anthem to get that reference, by the way. I think some of these cars are as light or as heavy as modern supercars. So what, like 1,600 kilos approximately? Modern supercars are getting very heavy. Hypercars are a little bit lighter, but still, they're very heavy. Could you build a viewer car once you're done reviewing all these cars? Generally, I'm tired and my voice is shot by the end of these, which take anywhere from like... It's usually about 5 hours-ish, these streams, so probably not after this stream. No interior for the last car? Okay, yep, you're right, my bad. That mirror, way too low, and probably a little too small even. Let's go on the inside. Good, we have everything basically that we need here. Decent enough interior. Pedals look a little bit weird, but okay. Don't know what that's meant to be. Is that... Yeah, I don't know what that little thing down there is. Don't know. Seat's a little too shiny. Even if you're going for like a vinyl, it should still be shiny for leather. Anyway, looking fairly decent in here. Nothing remiss. I do like the gauges and whatnot. Got cool little things in there. I feel like that's almost custom made by the looks of it. Elvismobile, a little bit. The odd little thing down there is probably the parking brake. Maybe, but it's a little too small. Anyway, back end, fairly standard. A little bit of ventilation there. Got the spare tire. What the hell is that? Oh, okay, it's something to do with that. Okay, cool little details. Now we're on to this one. Wait, does that have a hood ornament? Ah, it doesn't have a hood ornament. Okay, 2 of them don't have a hood ornament, so 50% of them. Mushroom handbrake? I don't know. It could be a parking brake, or didn't some old cars have the high beams on a pedal? Really? I didn't know that. Welcome, God MP4. How's it going? Ejectocito? Nice. Well done. Let's go see what we've got in here. Drum brakes again. Double wishbone again. Fairly good. Hey, look at that one. They got the right sort of exhaust manifold. Push rod again. Nice work. Got some what? Okay, these people must have been talking to each other. They must have all known about each other, because now we got 2 cars with these weird little mannequins in them. The hell? It looks like Chevy, but I don't know name. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Pretty cool. Fairly bog standard. Fairly nice. I'm guessing this one probably has somewhere around 100 horsepower again, and a compression ratio of maybe like 6.5, maybe 7. The other one looks like a 787. No, not even close to a 787B. 787B is a very different design. Once again, ladder chassis. I like it, coming into the rear with a solid axle coil spring with drum brakes. Okay, so it seems that, what the hell? Did this always have bolts? Is that a new export thing, or did they put that in there almost? Well, I don't know. I don't think I've ever noticed bolts there before. And I've done work on these sorts of chassis rail stuff. I don't think I've ever seen bolts there. That must be a new thing. It's based on a Nissan? Yeah, I think I've heard of that too, Yair. What was Yair heard about? Ah, okay, you're talking about the headlight thing. I'm pretty sure it's based on the Jaguar. Apparently this is based upon a Nissan, but I don't know. To be fair, I don't know how many cars have this on the windshield back in the day. Wouldn't most of them been on the actual thing itself? And I feel maybe a slightly more like vertical front windshield would probably be accurate as well. Definitely a Morris Marina. Interior is odd. What is that? I don't know what that is, but we do have what looks to be a parking brake pedal there, beside the 3 pedals, a shifter, and then actual metal buttons. Interesting. This must be a part of that new seat pack. Alright, fair enough. Looking fairly decent. Oh, no rear room. Why did you not move the rear seats further back? Let's have a look-see. Oh, it's right on the edge there, huh? Could you have moved the front seats forward? Yes. Could have you moved the front firewall placement further forward? If you had made the vehicle chassis invisible, you could have moved this firewall further forwards, like right up against here, basically. It would give you a little bit more room, and then you could have also moved the seats further forwards. Kept the dash and everything in the same place. That all looks good and fairly well done. And that would have given you the space in the rear. But as it stands, those rear seats are basically unusable. I've seen them on windshields as well. Oh, from back in this era? Okay then. I will say not the 787A, but another lower class Mazda car. Don't know the name. The seating position is funky. It just... I don't know. Just not enough room. Let's go look at this big boy now. This one I am probably most excited for. Out of all of them. And then probably this one to drive. Oh, okay, beamng doing weird things. Yeah, basically, these two I'm really excited to try out. The rear seats are good for one thing, and one thing only. In the 1950s, baby boomer sort of era? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Car for showing off, not practically. Or not practicality. Fair enough. Naps? Yeah. Sleeping. That's what they're doing in there. First thing I'd want to point out is your front wheels are way too tucked under, I feel. Oh, I see that you've got like a ventilation duct sort of thing around there. That's really nice little detail. Well done. I feel also the chassis is probably going to be completely custom by the looks of it. Let's go and see what we've got on the inside. Oh. They tried to do something to the brakes. Okay. Carbon ceramic brakes on a Group C. No. I'm pretty sure still at this point they would have been using just normal vented, high-level vented, but still just vented disc brakes. And yes, they would overheat and become garbage over time. Probably not carbon ceramics for an 80s car. You know what, actually, let's have a quick look. What year is this car? Oh, 2008. I feel a tisk-tisk coming along. There was kind of a Group C, but not really in... that kept on going on. That feels like a no-no, though. Bluetooth caliper? No, it looks connected. Ahoy, I see Le Mans car. At that point, it timed usually nothing. What? I also see blue bow next to my name. Yes, you are now 3 months of membership. Welcome to the 3-month club. And apparently, I can only give up to 3 months of things. Gotta make those soldiers for our proxy wars? What? Oh, okay, yeah. Double wishbone, single piston brake as well. So, I don't know why they haven't gone more pistons. We've also got a very weird sort of tire. I don't know what that's meant to be. Can somebody tell me? No? Okay, the sides of the tire have been wiped clean. I don't know what they've done here. They've done something very strange. It looks like it's got semi-slick, but then like something painted over it. I can't really tell. I had to put it in 2008 to get carbon ceramic brakes. It's late 80s Group C cars, and what I read, they... Really? Carbon... ceramic brakes. History. Oops, that's not how you spell history. Ceramic disc brakes were first developed in 1980s. Let's have a look. Let's go... Wiki. Oh. Disc brake. Discs are usually made of cast iron, but can be made out of composites such as reinforced carbon, ceramic matrix compounds, steel carbon. Automotive use. Some racing cars and airplanes use carbon fiber disc and carbon fiber pads to reduce weight. Doesn't say anything about year. Racing. Race very high performance cars. Other disc materials have been employed. Reinforced carbon disc and pads inspired by aircraft systems such as conjunction with Dunlop in 1976. Carbon breakers now used in most top-level motorsport worldwide, reducing unsprung weight, blah, blah, blah. Alright. I was wrong. Developed in 1980, so there's already contradicting information I'm reading. That is all? That's the entire article. Great. Love it. Alright. I will give a pass on that one. I don't know when Group C started using it, but it seems that being one of the top level races that might happen. Those lines are just ATM exported things. Okay. Oh, you mean those lines. Okay, then. Less annoying than every car lifting is rear on braking no matter this. What? Less annoying than everything lifting its rear, braking no matter the suspension setup. Oh, okay then. That's your all-time favorite. What's my all-time favorite race car? Probably the RS200. Nokia brakes? What? What are you guys talking about? The brakes are connected. Anyway, double wishbone, carbon chassis coming down to the rear. We have a big turbo V10. Okay. V10s didn't really take off much in the 80s, I wouldn't have thought. Mostly would have been V12s and V8s, for the most part. V10s didn't really take off until, I think, the 90s? Maybe they did start in the 80s, I can't remember. Anyway. And I'm assuming... Oh, wait, it's got single turbo as well. Interesting, okay. This would have been before the 3.5-liter ruling, I'm assuming. Let's have a look, see. We got 5 valves per cylinder. Okay. Individual throttle bodies. Multi-point injection. Alright. Not bad. The Chad RS200 fan? Yeah. I like it. We've got double wishbone in the rear, single pistons as well. Alright. Cool. Let's have a... Huh. Cool. Little extra details down here. Let's go see what the interior of this thing is. Is that a digital dash I spy? We shall see. I don't think that's the race car seat that you would see in the 80s, I don't feel. Hold on. Group C 1983 cockpit. Let's have a look-see. Google, stop doing weird things. Just let us use... that is a full-blown race seat. 1982 Porsche yeah, as you see, full-blown race seat. I get the feeling that's updated seatbelts, but yeah, what else we got in here? All Porsche stuff. Now let's have a look at something else. More Porsche stuff. Group C. Yeah, anyway, you get the idea. Correct, the 3.5-liter rule was in 1991, which is when Toyota made their V10s for the... Okay. I thought it would have been earlier than that, to be honest. I had no pick in mind for the RS200, but upon Googling it, I'm immediately stumbled upon a mod for it in Beam. Yeah, there is. By Sparker Racing Gear, definitely safe. Yeah, nah, that's a big no on that sort of seat, I believe. I love the bolts. You've gone to the detail of putting that all the way around. Rather cool. I don't know what this is meant to be. Maybe some sort of thing. I don't know. Did Group C have to have 2 seats or something? I feel as if that's a bit of a weird interior setup. Anyway, moving on from what looks to be a rather cool sort of vehicle. Not really 787B. though generally the sort of shape. I still don't know about the wheels being so tucked under. Now, I'm pretty sure Jags ran a 7-litre V12 prior to... Yeah, a lot of vehicles did run bigger engines. Not the most efficient engines, but that wasn't really the goal, I don't feel, really. The fuel tank? I don't know if the FIA would allow the fuel tank to be there. I feel as if the FIA was always like, fuel tank must be behind the driver. All of the gauges and everything. Oh, nice. Then we've got this rather cool looking vehicle. This one didn't actually make the cut. But after the one car didn't show up and the fact that I was going to do 11 cars this week, but that didn't end up working out, I thought I would pick this one because I actually like this one a lot. I think this vehicle looks pretty cool. Not the greatest color choice for a stream. It's pretty hard to see, but I do like it a lot. I think there's just like a lot of nice subtle detail here. Or not a lot of detail. Like decent amount of subtle detail. A lot more than what I would be bothered doing most of the time, to be honest. A full tank in a Group C car. What? Looks like it's better for a Nissan Juke. No, I feel as if this is more of a hatchback body. It just looks big because hatchbacks these days are ginormous. Mustang Mach-E, some Hyundai. It does look a little bit Hyundai-esque, yes. Maybe Citroen? Yeah, I feel that. A little bit French, possibly. I saw an image of something that looked like a fuel tank next to the driver's seat, so I decided to add it to Phil's. Okay, fair enough. In here we have vented 2-piston brakes in the front on double wishbone. Oh, it's a rear-wheel drive car. No, it's all-wheel drive. With a very back engine. That doesn't feel right at all. They have made it work, though. Where does the engine fit in here? They fit the engine in here by removing all the footwell space, which means that you need to have the seats further back. And you know what? Even the dash actually should be a little bit further back as well. And you've done this because you wanted a usable amount of room in the rear. I'm gonna have to say, that's a fail. This, with like 90% certainty, be an east-west engine. Oh, transversely mounted, sorry. I should say it in the way that automation does it. Front is a bit Citroen, but sharper, yeah. Every car these days is enormous. Most part, yeah, I agree. Like a mix between Nissan and DS and a Seat. Fair enough. I'm gonna give them a fail on the engine placement. They've gone... So, a lot of the mod valve covers have come out that people have noticed that that's the issue with valve covers not showing up. Is it a 3-cylinder? I believe it is, because they wanted to have a hybrid sort of system. Turbo system, not bad. I don't think this would have come with this. It's very unlikely.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Yeah. At least we haven't seen so many of these recently, to be honest. Phil is a hybrid. Phil, can you say this? Doppelkuppelungsgetriebe. Sure. Wanted to apply my not Twingo city car, but decided to J-beam it, so maybe next week. Okay. Oh, the clip, haha. What are we talking about? Anyway, yeah, big fail on this. This thing would have had the engine and it would have been in front of the front axle as well. It'd be very front biased. You've also gone for a variable manifold, which is very modern-esque. Yeah. Let's move to the rear now. We have all-wheel drive, yeah, so that wasn't a mistake. We have multi-link rear suspension. Doesn't feel like a hatchback sort of rear suspension, if I'm going to be honest, but it is a sports model, so I suppose that could exist. It's a transmission of the Porsche Boxer Spider. What? The longer exhaust clip you just rolled. The long... What about it? I'm very confused. Is there turbo or is it... I don't know what that means. Anyway, thump up. 2-piston rear disc brakes. Fair enough. Is that positive camber I see? That looks peculiar. No, that is negative camber. It was maybe just the angle I was looking at. That is a lot of camber and a lot of weirdness. Sports tires, fair enough. Rear end is not so detailed as the front. What is it missing? I don't know. It feels fairly good. This looks a little bit jank, but, you know, not so bad at a distance, I suppose. I do like it. Welcome, we're Vixen. Prepared to be disappointed. I didn't finish my car because it was mid to high 20s Celsius and it was intolerable. I would love 20 degrees, or high 20 degrees. I would love 30 degrees right now. This is way too freaking cold where I live. I think hatchbacks these days are either semi-trailing arm or torsion beam. Usually torsion beam for the super cheap, but this being like a higher level sort of vehicle, I could see them going with something a little bit more complicated. You're a mere swamp person? Okay. Let's have a look at the interior. I feel as if the dash is too low, and they haven't used a dash filler here, unfortunately. Whoa, okay, beamng. You really need to stop doing that, beamng. We've got something on the dash here. There's an extra letter that didn't come through. I feel as if that was a mistake, because there was SCR on the rear, and now we've only got CR on the dash. I don't know what this is meant to be. Maybe that's the race screen? I don't know. Interior looks passable, but once again, no legroom. Also, anybody see the issue here? I think it should be pretty darn obvious, the issue here, to like 99% of people that come to my streams and my videos. That is an automatic shifter. That is a big no-no. Putting an automatic shifter with 3 pedals, that's just weird. Welcome, EJBMX. How's it going? I thought the clip about the exhaust headers was funny because it was true. Long exhaust headers have been overused in builds in the past. Yeah. No handbrake turns in this car? I mean, it might be a foot brake, but I very much doubt that they would do that on a modern car that's not like a bench seat in the front. Mild technology difficulties on the dash. Yes, looks like it. Feel I might have broken automation. I got 137 with a V10 bumper car. It makes 2,000 kilograms of downforce. Fair enough. Auto shifter with 3 pedals. Haha, like a GTA car. Yeah, kinda. No cup holders? Oh, that would be annoying. The rear seats not stretched out fully, and I don't know. Could have been, I don't know. Looks alright, I suppose. Interesting. If you have this car and you're driving it, you have to turn around to the back to put cups in your cup holder. Oh, you're atrocious. And I know now why they went with this seat, because they stuffed up the body placement. They didn't do the right body placement. Welcome, Dr. Eurobeat. How's it going? Nice 90s shifter. Yeah, it did also look 90s compared to everything else being very modern. Full will be supercharger powered by electric motor. Better than turbo powered by electric motor. Got an idea for this one. Unfortunately, just superchargers aren't efficient in any way, really. 6th car? Yes. Anyway, moving on to the next one. This one I used on the thumbnail, but I gave it a different color. This person went to the effort, and I very much appreciate it, where they made the body paintable, but also the roof paintable in different colors as well. Nice work. Is this the first car? No. Oh, that's why you're answering 6th car. Yeah, nah. I'm just at the right time for my car? Okay. Let's have a look, see what we've got in here. We have Medium compound tires, I believe. No, that looks like all-terrain almost. On a maybe thicker than what you would probably get in this sort of vehicle tire. Drum brakes again, double wishbones, very nice. We have, once again, short cast as opposed to log, which this very much likely would have had. And once again, two-barrel carburetors. What is happening?
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
I don't get it. That is not a very common thing, but have all of them had it? Hold on, let's have a quick look. This one has two barrels. Wait, is that 2 or 4 barrels? 2 barrels. This one has two barrels, and I believe this one is a 6-cylinder, right? With two barrels. What is happening? Why is everyone using two barrels? What is going on? I don't understand. What? Nah. Sorry. Keybind's getting sticky. That's mediums? Okay, fair enough. It's just a little too low resolution to be able to tell. Two barrels. Yeah, they're wearing tutus. You're getting so much use out of that clip. Yeah, it seems that a lot of people are just using the same thing all the time. I'm gonna make automation car while watching the stream. Good. Are these built before 4 barrels available? Maybe, but they'll probably just do with 1 carburetor still. Going with like multiple carburetors seems not a thing that a lot of manufacturers would bother with. Also, cast logs are probably like the thing of the day. Moving down to the back here, we've got the right sort of chassis. Very narrow though, and it's causing glitches. We have leaf spring drum brakes. Nice. Thank you. Finally. To be fair, in automation, using a single carb reaches the power limit very fast. Yeah, that's fine. These things wouldn't have had much power. They actually would have been very underpowered. Automation, where the uncommon becomes normal. Yeah, I know, right? Because I think 4 barrels are the last carbs to be available. Yeah, sure, okay. Of course, people make the same thing over and over if it ain't broke. What car should you make? It's up to you, bro. I'm gonna make a cool car, okay? In the backs, still rather wide tires. These things would have actually had just very narrow, shitty tires. I feel that those are a little bit thick for a normal sort of car. Then on the back, interesting. I don't know what this is meant to be exactly. Is that the... No, the exhaust... Wait, it goes from dual into single? Yep, both exhausts go into a single exhaust. Okay. They went with two-barrel carburetors and then a single exhaust. Oh, is that... Oh no, that's twin thing, so they're probably just playing that up sort of thing. I don't know. Up Human 1? What? What are you even talking about? I think they're old-fashioned impact stoppers. The big bumper things. Maybe? Impact stoppers wouldn't have been very common though, still. They would have just been all about being solid at this point. And also, there's not a lot of movement on them, as you can see. The impact stoppers would be very short. Yeah, tires back then were quite thin. Yeah, pretty much. Dagmar bumpers? What is a Dagmar bumper? Dagmar bumper, also known as bullet bumpers, is a slang term for a chrome. That's what I thought. Conical shaped bumpers, chrome, that begin to appear in front bumper grills, blah blah blah. They reached their peak in the mid-1950s. The term evokes early 50s. The originally conceived for that, mimicking artillery shells. Inboard of headlights on the front bumpers of Cadillacs. They were into the blah blah blah, and convey the image of speeding projectiles that protect vehicles' front ends in collisions. Similarity to these features the popular bullet bra epitomized? I've never seen that word before. I believe what they're going for there is like the epitome, but like it's been made an epitome. Television's Dagmar was in this. What is Dagmar? All right, whatever. Black rubber tips they gained in 1957. Okay then. Interesting. It looks like they're just protrusions and they don't contract at all, and they're just for damaging the vehicle that you're crashing into. Seems like a great idea. What's a Ligma bumper? I said it! These Dagmar bumpers must have been designed to wreak as much havoc on another car as possible upon impact. Yeah, it seems like it was just there mostly for damage. Who the hell is Steve Jobs? A bit of a bastard, that's who he is. The Ligma bumper is the most famous invention. You know what? Stop. Stop it. I won't fall for it. Not even up, dog. I won't fall for it. Yeah. Did it stop playing the music? Oh no, there's another song. Okay. Welcome Flamesy to the stream. How's it going? People are trying to fool me. I know all of these things. Oh, this is a special looking interior. Maybe a little too vibrant for the 50s. I feel as if like dye technology back then wouldn't have been so good to get such a vibrant color. Or maybe it's just the way the light's falling on it. Well done, DJ. Perfect interlude. Yeah. Looks pretty good in here. We got 3 pedals and what looks to be a column shifter, I think. Cool looking gauges and everything. Nice. You could tell Phil was looking for the button for, yeah. I was like, trying to find the button. You know what? We're going to bring that a little bit closer. There. That way I can press it a little bit better. Welcome, Sin. How's it going? Yo, that's a... It does look like Domino's Pizza. You're right. And it's got like the dots on there. Not the right amount of dots, but yeah. Oh, maybe it's the orientation. I can't tell. It has the color palette of We Are Number One Ugly Lull. I don't know what that means. People aren't familiar with carburetors, and automation does a really bad job of explaining them and giving proper costs. Yes, I agree. I would love if there was like an option that you could turn on that would like color code things based upon their rarity. That would be cool. I would love that. I know that if you do campaign mode, the more you use something, the more you get familiar with it, which makes designing of it quicker and whatnot on the production design time. It makes them like different colors, like different shades, I think, depending on how experienced your company is with it. To use that new set of 50s interior mods, well, I guess not that new anymore. What? Oh, okay. It makes 50s cars look great inside. Yeah, I agree. This looks pretty cool in here. I very much approve. That's what engineering time was supposed to do, but nobody cares about ET. In sandbox mode, I very much agree with that. You're heading out? Okay, see you later, Adrian Vanis. Welcome, Mr. Froggo. Froggo. Yeah, I said Froggo. I don't know how I read a U in there, but okay. This looks like it has much better legroom use. So the dashboard is far forward, but this is the 1950s. They can be further forwards. Looks like the legroom isn't great. maybe turn the chassis invisible and move the firewall out to about here. Your front legroom would be a little bit better. And then you could have maybe moved the front seats just a smidgen further forwards, which one would have given the rear more room, but also two allowed people to get into the back a lot easier, which was a fairly important thing back in the day. I am going to say, however, your steering wheel is way too low. So like somebody's legs come out and they're going to be knocking up against those wheels, which means they're going to have to like straddle their legs around the steering wheel a little bit, which is not going to be great. Where is the angle of that steering wheel? It is kind of in the right place. Maybe... yeah, I think you just have to angle it up a little bit more. Yeah, but only 4 people play the campaign mode. I play the campaign mode sometimes. Actually, legroom in the back, though. Yeah, there is actually legroom back here. Much better than the other guy's car, but I feel as if they've also got a much larger stretched out cabin. So this is to like really far behind the axle, and this body, which looks to be the same. Actually, it looks like it's maybe further back, but it could be smaller wheels. Yeah, this one is just... they somehow got like much less legroom. Is it a different body length, maybe? I'm not sure. 5 people? Sure, fair enough. There's actually a lot of people that do use campaign mode. They just don't watch my content usually, or hang around in our content circles. Dash looks a butt recessed. No, like a lot of these dashes were actually in line with the doors back in the day. Should cut a bit more into the door even in the 50s? Not necessarily. You do, Thumper? Do what? Oh boy, Bob Semple. Yes, Bob Semple is there. Welcome, one grumpy boy. Then we've got this thing, which is totally not a Formula E. And for anybody to suggest that it might be a Formula E, that's just silly. I'm joking. How can they be content without, like, your oh, okay then. Use campaign. I have used it in the past, and I think I might do it again at some point. I think the reason why I stopped using it is because there was an update and it validated my thing, and I was like, I just can't be bothered doing that again. They've gone with googly eyes and a monocle. I feel that this one was influenced by Ed considerably. I make all your cars... fair enough, okay. Formula monocle. Let's have a look, see what we've got as a running gear of this peculiarity. We have... what the... the disc is green. So I don't know what it's meant to be. Anyway, we've got 2 piston brakes in the front. Looks like a solid disc. I can't tell what is happening here. Very strange things. Like, look at all of these weird bits of geometry they're using. Lots of weirdness coming through here. Doesn't look like there's front drive. Coming out to the back, we have a rear engine, but they've moved the engine forwards. That does not move the nodes. You'd have to move the nodes yourself. So I don't know how this vehicle is going to handle. But we have a flat 6 engine with a custom valve cover, 4 valves per cylinder on a single overhead cam, I believe. Yeah. Okay. Odd. Very odd. What are the brakes on the rear? 2 piston. Okay. This is a very strange vehicle. And is that carburetors? Yeah. Those are DCOE carburetors. I feel that this is very much just a troll vehicle. I don't know if it's going to handle good. The livery on the front wing makes a mustache. A little bit. Okay, I see that. For anyone looking for a go-kart place in southern Sweden, I would recommend... what are you even talking about? You want a Bolio water... okay, sure. A bottle of water? Is that what you're trying to say? Cool, you know, I wouldn't go that far. What is happening on the front here? Why is there... oh, I thought that was a cutout, but it's just like a little bit of a weird thing happening to the wing. I don't know. Let's have a look at the interior. They haven't really done much at all. They've got way too basic of a seat, I feel. Sorry about that. And then a basic steering wheel, but no... I did a very simple tutorial on adding gauge stuff into your car. They could have done that. Ah, Daewoo Gaming North Korea, welcome. Shiny but odd? Hey, I see that. Anyway, moving on to this one. Very time attacky sort of looking, lots of aero fixtures. Firebird, I beat your automation car record. I don't know what you mean. Just put a lawn chair in the cockpit. Fair enough, okay. They've done a lot of work here to cut away a lot of stuff and think about what they're doing with it as well. Interesting. Pretty cool. Got a very modern sort of front splitter. That front suspension looks like something out of Formula V. No. No, it doesn't. Formula V is like a very weird suspension setup. That looks nothing like that. Just looks like a weird double wishbone. Anyway. Let's have a look at the tires. It looks like they've probably gone semi-slicks and painted them bold. In here we've got 6-piston carbon ceramic brakes. Okay. Must be a big heavy engine with double wishbone. We have... That is a V10 again with full custom exhaust on it. And 5 valves per cylinder again. I will point out again that 5 valves per cylinder is quite uncommon. I think only a few companies have ever bothered with it. I never made my universe-breaking record public, okay? You mean just with the timer thing, or have you actually raced it around beamng? No one was there to witness it? Okay. My record at 10 seconds? Ah, I'm assuming using some sort of glitch then. Love the exhaust collector here. That's really cool. Anyway, the V10 has no front drive coming down to the back. Wait, did I see a ladder chassis? Nope. No, that's a carbon fiber chassis. And just a bit of a thing. Where is the engine? I'm lost. Sorry, not the engine, the rear axle. There we go. Okay. Then we have 4-piston carbon ceramic rear brakes independent on pushrod in the rear. Pushrod in a vehicle like this would have to be custom made, which makes me think it wouldn't have existed. Because no manufacturer, I don't feel, would probably do pushrod suspension in a vehicle like this. Mainly because that would take up too much rear boot space. I feel the only company that would maybe do it would be Mercedes. And that would be a hypercar. I suppose you could call this a... Okay, maybe it is a thing. Hello from work? Okay, hello Groundless. Oh, E-Dragon's here. Welcome. Oh, okay, you're saying that to E-Dragon. I thought you said you just got to work Groundless. My bad. Focus gear acceleration over the line, which is reverse over the line, repeat. What? Oh. What? Is Thumper going? Okay, see you later, Thumper. The rear of this vehicle, they're at least using the rear diffuser mostly right. I think they're just getting around automation sort of stuff. I am seeing a diffuser enhanced exhaust pipe there. Probably just turn the chassis invisible to get rid of that, I suppose. Then we got a big, massive overhanging rear wing, which means that this is not a race car, and this would be... So 5 valves per cylinder are rare? Yeah, they are very rare. I think I've only ever heard of 3 companies doing it. I think Honda used it a few times for VTEC. I'm not entirely sure. Toyota, I think, did it in the 90s? Not entirely sure on that one. But Ferrari also did it. I don't know many other companies that did it. Like, I think some more modern... like, my kind of knowledge of what car companies were doing kind of ended around 2010. So I think probably vehicles like Koenigsegg and McLaren probably use 5-cylinder. I'm not sure. Honda's also one of the main ones who use single overhead cam 3. Sure, okay. It's funny how people made TA cars, I don't know what that is, with lots of cylinders, but most of the TA cars are 4 cylinders. I don't know what a time attack? Oh. I think that's just their choice of vehicle, more than anything else. And, like, the price of the car to start with. Yamaha, I think, also, but they didn't really make cars. They made motorbikes and engines. I think they made a few concepts, but that's about it. Volkswagen used 5-valve? Okay. This car appears to be blue. Revhang, yep. VAG's Group 1.8T engine is a 20-valve... I don't know who VAG is at all. What are we talking about? 5-valve? Sure. Anyway, let's have a look at the interior of this vehicle. We've got lots of things on here. I feel that a Time Attack wouldn't have most of these. They would only have like a few of these. Coming in here, we've got what looks to be a full race steering wheel. And I don't know if that's working or not, but that is a digital dash. We got a floor plan, which looks like the sort of thing that might fall out when there's danger to your manifold. Got 2 pedals, so this is probably meant to be a some sort of automatically controlled transmission of some sort. These switches and whatnot are way too far away from the driver. Even if they unbuckled, to reach all the way over there would be very difficult in here. I'm excited to try this one out. Not as excited as the Group C car. I expect a lot out of that Group C car. VAG is... oh, Volkswagen Audi Group. Okay then. Thus Auto. I could care less about Volkswagen Audi Group, to be honest. But then again, that's just my opinion. Is that NOS? No, I believe that's meant to be fire suppression. Now VTEC's are 4 valves or 5? Okay, my bad. Dude, in Global Time Attack, you get V8, V6, i6 regularly. Really? Okay. Most of the higher ones are like Subarus and Mitsubishis, I've noticed. They use whatever they need to build to get the class domination by 4 cylinders is front-wheel drive? What? Sorry, function. It's Volkswagen AG. AG is one of the German company suffixes like... okay. I wonder how much downforce this has. I don't know, it's hard to tell. Automation is not very good at downforce, so they'd have to fake a lot of it, which is fair enough. It's for the mechanic to fiddle with, not the driver. That seems unlikely. Oh well, I'm looking forward to those yellow and pink two-tone cars over there. Yellow and pink two-tone? Ah, there's also this one, which is blue and white, and this one, which is blue and red. Small. Then we got this thing. I know this vehicle from somewhere. Those headlights and that weird back end, I know this vehicle. Is it Citroen? Corvette and NSX are so really popular in Time Attack. New Supra is also getting more. Really? Okay then. I didn't know that. I know most of the competitors on that. Okay, cool. Renault Clio. That's the one. Renault Clio convertible. That's like mid-2000s, right? Let's go 2004. Whoop, that was the wrong buttons. No. Wait, what? Let's go 2000. 2008. No, it's not a Renault Clio then. Peugeot 206. Let's have a look at that one. No, not this one. I know it. I know the vehicle. Renault Megane? Let's... Renault Megane... Hard top. 2008? 2003. Let's have a look. No. Not that one either. I know the vehicle. It's right here. I know it. I based the front end off the V6 Clio. I knew I spelled that wrong. Okay, yeah. Hard top. 2001. Let's go with that. Yay! I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I meant the mod car is called... Okay, then. Suzuki? A little bit. It looks like I think a Daihatsu Copen on the rear. Copen. Yeah. This sort of thing. Oh, that's not a great picture. It's way too small. Yeah, so this sort of rear end a little bit. Cross with other stuff, I suppose. Believe me, search 206 or CC. It's Coupe Cabrio with a funk... Okay, then. Headlights are odd. They don't ring a bell at all. I do see the Renault Clio V6. I get it. I do get that now. In here... Oh, my God. What have they done? What is this? Is that a V8 with... Another V10?
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Are you guys trolling me and talking amongst each other to, like, troll me with all of this, like, duplicate stuff? But he's giving me Nissan micro vibes? Yeah, a little bit. I get that. Welcome, I Play Everything 16. How's it going? I don't understand you guys. That's full valve cylinder, not bad. Tubular exhaust.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Double wishbone with no... Oh no, they moved the brake discs out for some reason. We have 4-piston vented on the front. We have front drive. It doesn't look like we have rear drive. Sorry, V16 didn't fit in there. Oh god, please no. Then I suppose you might be able to fit a tiny one, who knows? We've got double wishbone, very rare on a small hatchback, especially if you're going to have a hard top collapsible like this. That seems very unlikely. Flat plane V8, so I'm not in it? What? How did you fit a V10 in something that size? By shoehorning it in, by the looks of it. This is somehow dumber than when I transversely mounted a Lamborghini Countach engine in a Yugo in automation. Fair enough. Then they're solid on the rear. Single piston. This thing is probably going to understeer like crazy. Not only because the engine is very far forward and heavy, but also the imbalance of brake power most likely. Thumper's back. Welcome back, Thumper. But those are the cars for today. We're going to try this tank out. Then we're going to go into the cockpit. But yeah, these are the cars we have today. Lots of copying others' work. Lots of it. Guys, does anybody know how to see the dyno graph on beamng? Go into UI apps, edit, add, and TOR. There you go. It's either this one or whatever this is. I think that might be a mod, I'm not sure. But yeah, there you go, torque curve. Also, welcome Gigift. What is that? A 1-to-1 Aston Martin hatch? You mean the Signet? No, there's no Signet here. Oh, I mean, here you put the engine from a plain engine into a PL50. Okay. The Bob Semple tank better go 8 kilometers an hour like the test vehicle did? Oh, really? Okay, then. Who confused Sprocket with automation anyway? What? What are you talking about? You confuse Sprocket with automation? I don't understand. Anyway. Understeer like hell? What? What are you guys even talking about? You guys are crazy. Let's go with... Oh, apparently some of the maps have been enabled. With... let's go Stairway Mountain, maybe. Let's start at the bottom and bring out the tank and see how good at verticality it is. Oh, your peel understand. Okay, then. Sprocket is tank automation. Okay. Oh, heavy load-in. Heavy load-in. Then... Bob Semple. Sprocket is an early access game that allows you to design tanks. Okay, there's been a few games like that in the past. But not really like real tanks. There's that one by Gaijin Entertainment. So this goes considerably faster than 8 kilometers an hour. I mean, in reverse, we're going like 45. Ah! And in first gear, like 40 or 50 kilometers an hour. It doesn't seem very good uphill, to be honest. Now we're going 6 kilometers an hour, but we are going up at... Gear ratios don't seem to be this vehicle's friend, and it's slowing down. So let's go to high range. Oh, sorry, low range. Okay. This feels like if you said this is meant to only go 8 kilometers an hour, I feel this is going way too fast. Appeal has 20k horsepower. Why did... Okay, then. I wonder why it wheelies. Oh, we don't have traction. Wow, this thing sucks. To be fair, Bob Semple Tank wasn't good on any terrain level or terrain type. And it once caught fire on going on tarmac between tests. Oh dear. Is tanking a bit uphill? Sure. Also feels like this thing revs way too easily. It adds modded 500 wide tires. Just making the tires wider does not make them more grippy, by the way. You actually have to change different values for that. Because you're dividing how much weight is being put on each tire, which decreases the amount of traction every square inch gets. It may have semi-slicks, oh dear. I admire 3D work though. Yes, I do very much admire it. Look at that. Nah. No traction, all-wheel drive. Not the greatest vehicle. Let's see how it does a little bit driving around. Ah! Ah! Okay, well, let's just start at the bottom. I have to zoom out with this thing. The camera's way too close. Suspension is also very, very soft. Oh, apparently our top speed is 60 kilometers an hour. Oh, that's because we're in low range. There we go. Okay. What country is this tank from? I don't know, bro. I made the grip 5 times grip and it still wheelies. Sure. Wheeling is something that a vehicle with a lot of power and a little weight rearward would actually do. Oh, it doesn't have a tank steering. Yeah, nah. Alright, I think we're done with this vehicle. It's a tank. It does tank stuff. There's a reason why I didn't put it in the thumbnail. Next vehicle will be... this one. The Cavalcade Delphin. Let's have a look for the Cavalcade Delphin. Also, I'm very disappointed that this car was not properly submitted. I know that they said that they haven't finished with it, but this thing looks like it would be a lot of fun. Cavalcade Delphin. Any information on this one? Link in the zip. Very cheap, 182 horsepower, 1952. The Cavalcade Delphin, year 1950, cost 17, blah, blah, blah. Compact car, has big power. Do I have my England map? What was the England map people were telling me about? beamng England map. Wait, no, I believe I do. Somerset, yeah. Do I have Somerset enabled? No. Mods. Damn it. Somerset UK. There we go. Let's go launch this one and I'll switch over to a different thing and get in my race setup. Alright. Let's go to viewport. Yeah. Sorry, getting set up. Things are a little bit jank. Feel your webcam has perished. The question needs to be... What? Okay. We are back now. We should all be good. Let's just make sure that that webcam is set up correctly. Good enough. Let's, whoops, daisies. Go do that. Alright. The question needs to be more specific. What are we talking about here? Any engine can work for speed depending on what it goes into? Sure. Alright. Let's pick out the Cavalcade Delphin. Welcome Vens, a big American V8, always the answer. If you say so. V8 is from France, Vens. Really? Welcome Tasik to the stream. Also, if I didn't say welcome to Vens, yeah. Does this have... No. They have not given it the, right sort of thing. Is this very quiet? Hold on, let me... Options, audio. No, it's about the right sort of volume. Let's turn it up a little bit. Maybe I should turn the music down a bit, maybe. Let's see how it drives. I did say that this was going to be okay. Immediately a spin out. Oh, this thing does not have traction. Oh my god, this thing does not have traction. It's also very heavy. What is happening? Oh my god, this thing handles like garbage. Doesn't this thing have, like, really wide tires? It does! What the hell? Oh my god, what is wrong with the steering right now? There's something wrong with my steering. Also, this vehicle oversteers way too much. And the steering is incredibly heavy right now. That was the wrong button to press. There we go. Let's do that again. Okay. I think I need to turn the steering ratio up. This thing... Yeah, it does not work well. Do you use OBS to record? Yes, I do. Welcome, Not Real Came. How's it going? I just checked. Yeah, V8s are French. I didn't know that either. Car on butter? Okay, this is terrible. Let's move this somewhere else. Let's get off of dirt, considering that this thing doesn't seem... like it can actually handle being on dirt very well, which is not right for this time period. F7. What tires does this have? They're very overly wide. Medium compound. They shouldn't be that bad off-road. Alright. Lots of wheel spin. I feel that this thing might have too much power for the time period, being a 6-cylinder. And now it feels like it's got a lot of understeer. It's also very quiet. The steering feels very sloppy as well. Was I driving on the wrong side of the road? I think I might have been. There we go. Go slow? Yeah, nah, bro. I'm good. Okay. This thing is very fast. Being British, I'd be surprised if this thing had, like, more than 80 horsepower. It'd probably be much less than 80 horsepower for a vehicle like this. This is British or German car? They said something about it being British smallness? Anyone not using OBS is probably a fool, to be honest. There are better ways to record. OBS is just simple and very easy, and also very powerful. It's not the best encoder sometimes. You have to do a lot of work to get the encoder right, and I'm just not willing to do that, to be honest. Phil, what's the best suspension for going fast? Double wishbone or pushrod? If you remember my weird CVT car, Phil, I'm working on fixing the nodes and buying and trying Blender stuff. Also, since you wanted it faster, it'll get a 3.5. I do not remember the CVT car you're talking about. The gear ratio is really long as well. Yeah, too much power. Gear ratios are way too long. This thing would have... Actually, you know what? Probably 50 horsepower. Maybe 60. And it would be like maybe a 3-speed. Does this have 4-speed? Yeah, it has 4 speeds. Yeah, the gear ratios are very long for a vehicle of this time period. I'll go with double wishbone. Good. Phil, what's best for speed? Rear-wheel drive or all-wheel drive? Depends on how you set the car up, bro. All-wheel drive, you can put more power down. But most race series don't allow it. To be fair, a nicely tuned Leaf in automation can be... Yeah, that is true. It just depends on how good at tuning the vehicle you are. Tuning the vehicle is #1 importance. And just something that comes with practice. But you're asking questions that mean nothing without context. Yeah, it is a little bit weird. Look like KWM cars from the 50s and 60s. All-wheel drive minivan? I don't know of any, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was some. Also, this being British, it probably should have overheated and crapped out by now. That... You know, I might look into ways of making, like, sloppy steering and try putting that into, You know, I think I know how to do it as well. I think I'm going to implement sloppy steering into automation cars. That would be so much fun. Because I've driven cars with sloppy steering. My parents have a car with sloppy steering that they still use. It's a Ute. It depends answers all of your questions right now, Thumper. Yeah, pretty much. Depends what you're going for. If you're just going for outright speed, push rod or double wishbone. Try to think more in terms of like making a good vehicle as opposed to going for outright speed. IRL, you want push rod setup for track car, but it would probably be double wishbone for push rod and rocker setup for frag solid axles. What? Anyway. Oh, roadworks. Did we transport to South Australia, did we? Hey Phil, look up the 20... I'm testing cars now. And that doesn't sound relevant to what I'm doing. A lot of people don't like it when I go off topic all the time. So we try to keep the main parts of the stream on topic. A lot of the off-topic stuff can happen at the end, sometimes at the beginning, but yeah. That joke, it's hard. What? This can't be England, it's not raining. Apparently, rain is meant to be coming, but we can do cloud cover. Wait, what? Why can't we do cloud cover? Oh, they probably didn't implement it on the mod, but we can go lots of fog. There we go. Now it's a little bit more like London Angoland. You like off-topic personally? Yeah, I get that. But we're in the middle of testing right now. This feels really cool to race in, to be honest. I think my dog wants to go out, so give me a second. Okay. You want to go back? Yeah. Give me a second. I'm also going to put on my shoes for the race sim. Alrighty. Bits of off-topic here and there is fine, but too much in the stream. Okay, we'll do it in between testing then. If you feel like an itch to test, does that mean you have... haha, hilarious. Welcome, Mortix. Rain? We don't get rain. We usually get drizzle, but it's not raining now. Or is that going for at least... What? Weird. I like off topic, but not too long. Fair enough, okay. We'll maybe do a little bit in between cars. Don't maybe ask me in the middle of testing a vehicle. Oh, this is proper sketch. Doing it in the fog, I don't know what corners are coming. It says slow. What are we slowing down for? Oh, it's a giveaway. Okay, that's fine. The gear ratios are way too long for a car of this age. And probably way too much power as well. Let's get to the bottom of this. Apparently there's a bump. Oh, this looks cool. I think this map is greatly improved by lots of fog. I want to see how much power this has. Let's have a quick look. The max power is... What's that, 150... Yeah, 140 horsepower from an engine in a vehicle like this? I very much doubt it. Very much doubt it. Obunga Deathbox. What? Dodge Charger all-wheel drive minivan. That's my car right now? Cool. Okay. I like this. Except, yeah, you got a few things wrong. One, the engine is way too powerful. Two, those tires are completely unrealistic for the time period. I do like the interest of the engine, but yeah, no, just not that much power. As a Brit, what's your verdict on this car? Mortix? Oh, is Mortix British, is he? Oh, yeah, sorry, that was the one that was talking about that. Obunga beatbox meme, I don't know what that means, bro. Lots of cool things here. But yeah, lots of things wrong. What about the interior? Is that all good? Interior looks fine. Pretty good job. I feel that is just a graphical glitch. Yeah, okay. Nice. Would have been cool if you had done any sort of J-beam, but I get that. Number this car is German or British. I believe that they said British, right? I'm pretty sure I already said that. Nope. They didn't say it was British. That was just apparently my brain making that up. Nah, okay, doesn't say anything about British. But being compact, it's probably not American in this time period. I really like the slope-back design. It does look cool. That was very common in the era. Unrelenting. What's the type? What are you even talking about? I like this car, but it's unfortunately... Oh, unrealistic. Type of means unrealistically fast. Like this. Okay. I feel as if it's time to give this thing a fill score. That's gonna get, like, hurt completely down here. Styling. It looks fairly good, but it is a dated sort of thing. But a lot of people are gonna be like, wow, that car looks cool. Oh, wait, hold on. I also don't have this up. Acceleration. It's good, but not great. We'll go a 5 on that one. Handling, we'll go a 4 on that one. It's not great. Fun factor, 5. No, we'll give it a 6. It is a little bit fun. Cool factor, 7. Trackability, not so much. It doesn't feel great at being, like, precise. You forgot about this car's steering position. Also, this car, doesn't have nearly as much understeer as what it should have. Filman is good as misreading. What? And you're good at misspelling things? Yeah, I am dyslexic. Just putting that out there. Sometimes I'm really crappy at reading. That is my issue. Features. It's not going to be a great car. It'll probably just have a heater and a radio. I don't think that's meant to be a radio, so just a heater. We'll go 1. Comfort. I don't know. 5, maybe. Well, what is the legroom? That's the only thing I can really score this on. Front seems fine. Rear seems a bit cramped, but fine. We'll go a 5 on that one. Quality. I don't know what country this is meant to be, so we'll go a 5 on that one. Practical. Actually, hold on. You know what? We got a price on this one, right? $17,900. So that quality is actually going to be more like a 3. That is very bad. Yeah. Practicality? Feel it's not all bad. I'm autistic. I am also Asperger's. A scrolling chat also doesn't help with dyslexia? Scrolling? What? Oh, scrolling chat. Yeah, that does hurt. Do you plan on keeping using the wheel next week? No, I think we're done with it for now. Neither does me being dumb and putting it in as instead of at? What? Okay. Oh, you mean your spelling thing. You can fit a body in the boot? Yeah, I've already seen that. Practicality, like a 4. It's not too bad. Value, very cheap. Probably not the most expensive car, so we'll go like a 6 on that one. It's not going to go down in price, unless it rusts out, which is very possible for a European vehicle. Ongoing costs. It's probably not going to be the best on fuel. Those tires are going to be ridiculous. And the fuel usage back in the day, probably not great. So we're going to go a 3 on that one. JB editing, none. Would I buy it? I know, it doesn't really seem like my sort of thing. So we'll go like a 3 on that one. Je ne sais quoi factor, I feel everything is represented in realism and commonality. That thing is so incredibly unrealistic. So score of 59, which is what you'd probably expect from a much older vehicle. Weirdo Club, Autistic here too? Fair enough. This is a Poland flag too? Flag ID? What? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, the car is German? Cool. Let's move on to the next vehicle. This one was cool, kinda, but I feel as if it was really let down by too much power, wrong gear ratios, and incredibly wrong tires. So incredibly wrong. What was it, $17,500? That is a cheap car price, meaning that they want cheap replacement part price, which means that these tires would probably be something like anywhere from 85s to maybe 95s, probably. If you can't get narrower than that, that is. What is the narrowest tire you can get? Is it 65? I can't remember. Stock performance makes it good for motorsports. What are we talking about? Anyway, let's move on and have a look at the next car, which is the Croydon Motors. I believe this is meant to be an American car, because I believe Croydon is an American company. Let's have a look at their description. Edit, almost forgot the price. This is a premium small car from Croydon Motors in 1955. Basically, it's the last year that their pre-World War II designs were in production. Did somebody run on like a 1950s production car challenge? Is that what happened? Where people are creating these vehicles which are wrong? Like $16,700 for a car that has a V8 in it. That is so incredibly not realistic. 1950s eagerly awaited true new design model line would be released. last of their World War II designs. Okay, fair enough. Still seems too fast though. What are we talking about? Even the C2ZV had 120s? What? Oh, the tires? Okay, sure. Oh, but that also had radials, right? Those are 120s? They don't look like it. They look much narrower than 120s. I don't know, maybe my brain is just playing tricks on me. 2CV tires, what do we got here? 125s. Oh, okay. They just look much narrower, I suppose. Okay, 125s maybe. But these... What are those? They look like... They look like they're over 200s. They look like they might be 250s? Maybe? What's grass and how do I touch it? What? What's a social life? Yeah, I don't get out much either. Been checking the widths of old cars in spec sheets and stuff, and they are wider than they look in photos. Okay, fair enough. Are they going like the tread width or the width of like the bellowing sides on crossplies maybe? That's actually annoying now? What's actually annoying? Well, those are like 190s at least. I feel they're much wider than that. You know what? We can actually go in and have a look to see what the abysmalness is of this vehicle. What was it called? It was called the Cavalcade Delphin. Let's go have a quick look. Reviews. Cavalcade Delphin. Wait, where is it? Ah, there it is. Vehicles. Ferraris in the 50s had, I think, 160s? Yeah. Where? Wheels have front wheels. Let's just go by the front tires. Because that would be narrower, if anything. Here we go. 195s. Okay, they're 195s. These are way too wide. 195s? It feels like it's wider than that. Maybe it's just because the car is smaller and makes them look bigger. Who knows? Well, man, what is Australia? It's a conspiracy. Australia is a place that's not Poland. Yeah, that sounds about right. What was the next car? Yeah, I think it's meant to be American. Very little details. Let's take this one maybe to an American track. Maybe Italy? That's a good American track. I want to take it to Utah, but I also want to take it to a racetrack. But I think we'll take it to Utah. Australia is upside... Sorry, is upside down under. Australia is a country right south of Germany and is part of the Alpine regions. Sure. 190 can't remember. It was 195s. I'm gonna make a toilet car. Sure. Is there a map of Poland versus not Poland? I don't know. Italy is good American track? Yeah. Really? Those are very wide tires. Sure. Okay, let's now try out the Croydon Motors and see if they've done an interior camera. No, they have not. I feel like this one is better to look at from outside. You know what? Actually, I have got a controller right here. If they haven't done an interior camera, I'm not going to do a cockpit drive for them. Lots of oversteer. I feel as if the tires might be a bit wide for this era. Second gear is really long. Is this thing a 3-speed auto? Probably. Yeah, considering how long third gear is. Nah. In Europe, that's Austria, not Australia. Yeah, that was the joke. Oh yeah, even E-Dragon is like, that's the joke. I found a functional car brand called Holden. A fictional car brand called Holden, yeah. Also Ford Australia. But on presentations, I'm usually around full-time. What? Another one that's way too wide? I wouldn't say this one is way too wide, I just feel it's wider than what it should be. Like, later modifications to cars, yeah, they probably would make them wider. 150's Bumblebee Transformer. No? Or maybe. But it'd have to be a Chevy, right? Isn't that what the Camaro is? Chevy Camaro? I found what Australia is. Australia is next to Spain and Portugal. If you say so. V8 supercars, unfortunately, just Yankmobiles now? Mostly, yeah. They're still rocking Holdens. But Holdens are now, like, the last model was made in 2016, I believe. I think I just realized what makes my cars, a lot of other people's cars, drive bad for you. Is that was we might have steering automatically return to median. What are you talking? Am I reading that wrong, or is that just really poorly written? Originally, Bumblebee was a Beetle. Really? Are you thinking about the movie that came out recently? Like in the last, 10 years or something like that? I thought originally it was a Camaro. I could be wrong, though. Could very easily be wrong. I'm also not a big Transformers fan. God damn it, the brakes suck. Alright, let's just rewind a bit. And production placement happened and... What? Are you... Oh, product placement. Sorry, yeah. Okay then, fair enough. I didn't know that. I have to... Give me a second. I have to move the screen closer. I cannot read the text from that far away. Just making a huge mess. Moving everything around now. I might move that over there. That over there. Good. And then zoom in a little bit. There we go. Okay. Now the original Bumblebee from the cartoons was a Beetle. Okay, cool. I stalled. God damn it. Why is it in third still? Ah, there we go. Okay, I had manual control and oh, you know what? I bumped the control. Wait, is this a manual? I think this might be a manual. It is a manual. And that means I can select gears. It only goes up to 3-speed though. Okay. Would this not have been an... Oh no, this is a cheap vehicle, so it wouldn't have been an automatic. Bumblebee is crash on Earth and scan your car in the 50s. Sure. Where do I get automation SDK and automation tools for Blender? There is the SDK to download under the tools section in automation, and you'll find links to the GitHub page for automation in the modding sections of the automation Discord. If you want it to be all in one place for you to find it a little bit easier, and instructions on how to properly find it, go to Hard Rooster Labs on YouTube. That will have all that stuff for you there. If it's using a gamepad, then the steering always auto-centers, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm using a gamepad right now. My car has user manuals. I feel that this thing should also understeer a lot more than what it does for a car of this era. And probably, once again, has too much power. Especially for its price tag. Ah! Alright, let's rewind. Let's have a look at the power numbers. UI apps. Also, when driving in a straight line with a real car, your steering will automatically center anyway. Power steering or not. Power curve. We got about 150 horsepower. I feel like that's probably too much for 1950s. Just in time to see my car. Sorry I'm late. Welcome, Rob Beamer. Bumblebees was originally a... Yeah, I get it. Everyone's saying that it's... I get it. I've responded to it. I say yes, I understand. Jesus. Guys, come on. Keep up. Keep up. Oh. All right. Let's do the Phil score for this car now. Undo everything. Styling. I like it. It's not the most iconic, and also the weird slopey front doesn't look great in my opinion. I like the rear taillights. They look really cool. I like how they're kind of like hidden from most angles. That's pretty fun. The rear end looks a little bit weird and a little bit fragile for a time period. So you notice in the 1950s, bumpers were very thick and very chunky, with the appeal of like the excess wealth sort of thing. And having a cheap 50s American car doesn't feel right either. They were like rolling in money at the time. Did you know Phil was originally a baby? A very hefty baby. When I was born, I was 12 pound 3. I was a big baby. I've only ever heard of a few babies that have been bigger than me. And the 2018 Bumblebee movie is an Beetle. Yes, I agree. Anyway. Styling. We'll go a 5 on that one, maybe. Yeah, 5. Acceleration. We'll go a 5 on that one. Gears are very long. Handling. We'll go a 6 on that one. Fun factor. We'll go a 5 on that one. It doesn't feel great. It feels a little bit snappy. And little bits. Should have a lot more understeer. Maybe we can go a 6 on that one. Cool factor. We'll go a 7 on that one. It is a very old car that's kept up to date. Trackability. We'll go like a 6 on that one. It doesn't... like... it probably wouldn't die. You know, it's got drum brakes. We'll go like a 4 on that one. Those would overheat rather quickly. Phil was probably a sperm at some point in the past. Very possibly. Inside my daddy's balls. Crybaby. What? Yeah, I had to make an absurd joke to mediate the... yeah, the repetition. I have to ban the word Bumblebee from chat. Phil, did you know Bumble Beetle? That would have made more sense if they had to call it Bumble Beetle. Features. I'm guessing this is going to be too great being such an old vehicle and so low on price. There's a radio, but even that seems unrealistic for this price, so we're going to go a 1 on that one. Comfort. No headrests. And what was this? The really low... yeah, really... not really low, but not great area. Oh, it's also got ashtrays. Nice, I just noticed the ashtrays. Well done. Well played. What is that meant to be? Is that what you put like curb feelers on? Potentially? Born in 1987. Apparently, according to I can't even remember the name of that YouTuber that would keep reviewing my cars. What was his name? Neological. Yeah, according to him, maybe. Ashtrays I approve. Yeah, for this sort of time period, very much so. Comfort, we'll go like a 5 on that one, maybe. Quality. It's American, really old, probably requires a lot of tuning constantly. Lots of little fixes here and there. And it's got more power than normal, so we'll go 4 on that one. Practicality. You're gonna have maybe 3 people in the front. It looks like this is a smaller vehicle. You're not really getting anybody other than children in the back. It's a two-door, not the most practical, and it looks like it's not too big, so parking will be moderate. So let's go with 3 on that one. You can fit 3 people in the front. Value. It's fairly cheap. It's not going to go up in price, but it's not too bad. So we'll go with 5 on that one. Ongoing costs. American. Old. Very old. But also V8. Ongoing costs, we're going to give it like a 2. It's not going to be great. J-Beam editing. None. Would I buy it? Maybe. The je ne sais quoi factor. I feel it's mostly represented. Maybe give it like a 2 on that one. Realism and commonality. We'll go like a 6 on that one. It just feels like a little too put together and a little too oversteering. Phil, When he was born, could have fed 16 to 18 people at 12... Yeah. What? Was it £12.3? I think it was £12.3, not £12.14. Oh, 12 to 14. Okay. That it is because the chrome strips don't line up exactly. Huh? Do you know what Bumblebee's name after a... God damn it. I see side exhaust? Really? I mean, exhaust is still coming out of here, so I don't see his side exhaust. I like it, but yeah, the rear area just doesn't look right. With also, like, this being very vertical, this would wrap up drastically, because they were still kind of in boat and plane sort of era, where they were designing cars after boats and planes, and a lot of planes at the time didn't have... planes being the more popular one, I didn't have vertical rear ends. They did wrap under quite a lot. All the bumper was the end of the body line. I think it's really not overpowered. It's probably too light. At 1,200 kilos, that might be a bit too light. I don't know what the wheelbase is, so it's a bit hard to tell. What is je ne sais quoi? I don't know. Je ne sais quoi has a certain je ne sais quoi about it. Me trying to think of the yellow camera's name after watching... Okay. The other thing is too much power for too little cost. So, I am going to say that it is way overpowered. And probably underweight as well. Next vehicle is... another American-esque looking beauty. Undual. A score of 64, which is okay. Not too much different from the other one. Wait, also one of them had independent rear suspension. Which one was the one that had independent? Is it this one? No, I think it was the one before also had independent rear suspension. Did I autocorrect? I mean, Kamara? What? Yeah, independent rear suspension. Let's go reduce that to like 2. Okay, a score of 60. Still not too bad. Now let's try this one. And once again, no J-beam, and so no cockpit drive. Actually, je ne sais quoi stands for random French words. Do you know that Philman was Audi? Yeah, at some point I was Audi. Even though they didn't come to Australia until like the 90s. I accidentally reset. That's fine. What are the tires like on this one? They still feel a little bit wide for this time period, to be honest. Especially if this is also another $17,000 car. Okay. A little bit oversteery. This thing would probably be more likely to be understeery. And it also feels like it has way too much power once again for this time period. Ah! See, back in the day, it was less about like what horsepower your car had and what sort of engine the car had. So having a V8, sure, but it would probably be a straight 6 in a cheap car and also be very underpowered. Did you know that Phil won the 1986 WRC? Yeah, that's why I've got 86 in the name. This color, what are you talking about? I like the look of this thing. It does look fairly good. The back end looks a bit weird though. Aside from that, still pretty good. Ah, they haven't used the non-breakable fixtures thing, so like seats will just fall out of the car. Large barge of death. Wait, hold on, they fixed... Oh, you know what? It comes down to the mod maker to make interior parts fall out or not. So the mod maker must have incorrectly tagged it as breakable. And they didn't go force unbreakable fixtures on it. Oh, what happened? Did the steering break? It just stopped steering. What? No, we still have steering. What happened? That was weird. It just suddenly wasn't turning anymore. It was like, nah, I don't feel like doing it. Oh, you know what? I may have moved the steering wheel. So we're gonna have to like tuck our hands up against our gut. The back end looks very peculiar. Gearing also feels really long. I get the feeling that this thing is probably a 3-speed manual. When did automatics become popular? I feel like this thing would probably have an automatic, right? Or did that more happen in the 60s? Let's... Yeah, okay, if I move the steering wheel, it, bit of damage there. Do you guys know that Phil was Mercedes, SLR, Sterling Moss when he was... Yeah, I was Sterling Moss, who was originally a Mercedes. What metal stuff is this? I don't know, bro. I just got it on a random playlist for, I believe, like, alternative and punk music or something like that. It's from the Automation playlist. I'm not much of a muso person. As long as it sounds fine, I'll mostly listen to it. Other stuff I listen to is, like, comedy songs, mostly. Did you know that Mustang was only given a V8 after Carroll Shelby decided he didn't like you? Yeah, it was originally just a straight six. Straight sixes were very common. V8s were known as a high-cost luxury thing. So the fact that these cars had V8s means that these would have been luxury cars, not sports cars. Which would have led me to think that this thing probably would have been an automatic as opposed to a manual. Oh, that's my dog scratching at the door. That's me at the door. Give me a second. You going out? Hello, Pippa. How you doing, Pippa? Oh, you want the belly rubs? Okay, I'll give you the belly rubs. There you go, you get the belly rubs. Oh, you want to jump up with me to anything? Okay. You can jump up a little bit. Okay. It's a doggy dog world? Sure. Who can't be knocking... Okay. Wait. Why is there Thumper... and Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought that was part of your name. That was the double, a semicolon there. F1 cars? Nah. What? I'm so confused. Okay. Can you get down now? So I can continue my stream? You wanna rub your smell off on me? Is that what you're doing? Getting all the smell all over me? Trying to lick me? Nah, no lick. No lick. Good girl. That'll do. So you're using your controller while sitting in front... Yeah, I know, right? It's because they don't have a cockpit view. And it's really hard to drive without a cockpit view. I'm very much a cockpit kind of person. Doggo cameo? Can you guys see him? I don't think you can. And she's also, like, really hard to pick up. Because she's, like, really heavy. And I'd have to take my microphone off. There we go. Hello, Pippa. How you doing, Pippa? Sorry, I didn't mean if that hurt you at all. We're just going to give you a bit of a belly rub and we'll let you back down. How you doing? How you doing, Pippa? You're on stream. You're famous now. No. Okay, let's put you in. Yes, you are. You're a good girl. Alright. Dog breakover. Adorable. Yeah, she is 7 years old and very incredibly whiny. Very annoying. Also gets separation anxiety and barks when I leave, which is not something I like, so I've been spending a lot of time trying to train her. Don't worry, Phil, you'll get used to your wheel when you get to my car. It's working. Yeah, good. Okay. You get to use your wheel, sorry. Let's do a little bit more driving in this thing, and then we'll take it to the automation test track. Oh, sorry, not auto. We'll start doing the times of it. Is it me or is the road turning like pinky purple sometimes? I think there was maybe an oil slick on the road. No? I think there's like some sort of chromatic aberration happening on the edges of my screen, or is the dirt looks pink? Am I wrong? Is it reflecting the car maybe? Like, am I seeing that wrong? Is this pink? Is that the color of the car doing that? Color. Change it quickly. No, it's still staying pink. That is weird. Well, now it's green. Now it's the right sort of color for the time period. I go from South Africa to Cape Town. Okay. Those are cracks. I see that, yeah. Dirt still looks like dirt to you. No, not dirt. The, little patches on the road. Like there's a subtle hint of pink, which is weird. Oh, certified pucker moment right there. Feel once again this vehicle just has, unless this thing is like really expensive, I feel it just has too much power. Let's have a look. Is it Mercury was around in the 1950s? I don't know. Mercury V8. $1955. Let's just go that. Is Mercury the brand I'm thinking of? Yeah. Okay. Mercury and McLaren. So we'll just use this as a vague introduction. HP. The all-new Ford Thunderbird from 1951. Motor designed a new model, adding monoclare print, blah blah blah. A two-door hardtop styling monoclare to adopted the all-new Ford Thunderbird Roadster. 195 horsepower. Okay. What is that in real numbers? 4.7 liter. Okay, I was wrong. They are creating a lot of power, and a 3-speed manual, okay. A 3-speed automatic, okay. Listed price in 1955, $26,000 in 21. That is actually really cheap for a lot of power back then. Okay. Other horsepower is 200. Okay, I was completely wrong. But this is also like near $10,000 cheaper. A lot of these other cars. Let's actually have a look at the one that we're specifically looking at now, which is... Do I not see it? What's happening? What car is this? This is big white on the front with, yeah, just big wide little lights. No. Is this not? Am I? Ah, here it is. Okay. No description whatsoever. So I can't give it a fill score. We'll just leave it as is. Unless this has writing in here. Nope. Okay. Then just a generalized fill score. 7 out of 10? It feels quite good. Let's take it to actually, I don't like Utah map, to be honest. Utah map is probably my least favorite. I don't know why I'm here. Let's take it to automation test track and give it a bit of a drive. Do you know that film man was from England, England, England? No, you mean I was formed from England, England, England. But not England, England. Yeah, don't confuse that. Mercury Q uses the same body as the 66 Mustang. You mean chassis? Did you know that Phil Man was actually Phil Woman? No, not quite. Okay. Try this out. Really, I quite like Utah map. I mean, I kind of like the look of it in some areas, but it is like my least favorite to drive around. This has way too much oversteer for a vehicle like this, and not nearly enough body roll. Like, look at that side-to-side roll. That doesn't feel quite squishy enough. Also, that also looks nowhere near wobbly enough. I hope there's a time we can meet. Do you mean, like a fan meetup sort of thing? I hate to call you guys fans because, like, I'm not really that big yet. if there's enough people in South Australia for that, or I consider going to another YouTubing sort of convention sort of thing, like, what's that one that was run by those YouTubers? That's like, not just about YouTubers, but also like, learning about YouTube. I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, they came to Australia for a little bit. I went to their first one and it sucked. That, I suppose it didn't suck. It just wasn't as good as what I was hoping. I was hoping a lot, to have a lot more insights on, the algorithm and like what they were actually focused on. None of that whatsoever. That sort of thing, yeah, sure. But I don't think there's enough people in South Australia. I think there's only one other person from South Australia, and that would just be Ed. Do not get confused, England and England. Yeah, no. England and England are two different things. Which is just like on, when, you know, it was first hinted to, the mythical land of England. Most people didn't know that it existed, and it was spread around in whispers. But it was made very popular, maybe by accident, by Austin Powers 3. When he let slip, oh, you mean speak English. That's what they meant. That, like, they opened it up to the wider world that what they were talking about was England. I love thrashing my rear-wheel drive I-series around the trails on the Utah map. Okay. Goodbye, bumper. Yeah. Loonies are Canadian dollars. Yep, I am half Canadian. I know that one. Utah is a good map for racing and other things as well. No, not really. Rallying, sure. Wasn't it boot camp at some point? What? Oh, you're talking about like Australia being a prison camp. Kind of, but not really. First, Australia was just a place for people to live. That's where the Australian Aboriginals fit into the whole timeline. Then England was like the 5th country to discover it, but they were the first ones to start putting pressure to start colonizing it with their own people and invading and whatnot. I feel this thing is just like too well put together. It doesn't feel like it's on cross-flies. Though it might be, with that spin. It also should understeer a hell of a lot more. Maple syrup is legal tender in Canada. I know that in most places around the world, including Australia, stamps are legal tender. So you can go to a store and offer them stamps, and technically, depending on certain technicalities, they are not allowed to refuse it. I believe they are allowed to refuse it if it's over $5, technically, if you give them stamps as tender. But a lot of places are still going to just basically try to deny you, which is fair enough, because they probably don't have a way of, like, testing whether stamps are actual real tender or not. Try doing burnouts. Maybe it'll work. What are we talking about now? England boot camp? Sure. Oh, you mean the training for England? No. I think you're getting England and England mixed up. Post offices are also generally exchange offices in Europe, so while we don't allow stamp payment, you can just exchange there. Maybe. Here, beer is legal tender. You might actually have a look. There might actually be a thing where it says that stamps are legal tender in your country. Did this thing have... Yeah, no description. So we're just going to give it a fill score. I feel that this one is better than the last one. Let's quickly reset it. What's the suspension on this? At least we have a solid axle this time, even though it would probably be late for this sort of thing. I'm assuming it's part of the same sort of build challenge that the other guys were doing. There's a lot to like. No J-beaming. The floor plan and rear seats are completely wrong. Or maybe it's the front seats aren't forward enough. Is the steering wheel also in the wrong place? Yeah, steering wheel is also in the wrong place, as I said before. 7.5 out of 10? Feel you should make merch? I tried that a long time ago. It went nowhere. So I probably won't do that for a long time. Maybe I'll make NFTs. Or NFT shirts. There was a huge maple syrup robbery, and a lot of maple syrup was stolen. People were still looking for the robbers. Nice. Aren't burgers also legal tender? I'd love a burger right now. Like that Bucky? What the hell are you talking about? Yes, cheeseburgers are legal tender here in America as well. I would like to move to America. Sounds like fun over there. I would hate to move to America because it feels like a complete shit show over there. Oh my god, so much just seems so wrong there. Cool cars though. And cool car used market. Yeah, I like NFT, need fill tokens. Let me order McDonald's for you. Ask and someone who is from London. What? Well, we are straight into metal right now, rocking it hard. Yeah, this is quite heavy metal music, I would agree. It's called Lucky Shot by Albus. I wonder if they're, like, Dumbledore reference there. I want a burger now, but I can't because I'm on gluten-free diet. Huh. I'm surprised that there's no gluten-free things. I know Pizza Hut, at least, used to do gluten-free pizzas. Really not great pizzas, though. I'm not a huge fan of the pink color. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either, but it was an option, I think, on some cars, or at least one car. You must pay NFTs to go to England. Yeah, I believe that is the legal tender over there. Elvis should own his car. Or own this car. I don't know. I think it was much after these sorts of cars. Gun laws. Wait, what happened to gun laws? They just made them more accessible, didn't they? Did you know the Bumblebee... Oh my god, I'm going to murder somebody. Anyway, let's pick the next car out. Ah, Group C. Do they have any map prescription? Despite the well-known cars of the time, this is featured mainly elements of Nissan, Jaguars, and Toyotas. In the back sits a 2.5 single-turbo V. Why is it so small? Back in the day, they were just going for really big engines. Said turbo being fed by a single periscope intake. Period, correct? Okay. I tried to make everything as realistic as possible, so I read a lot of articles in these cars. I'm quite proud of what came out of it. Carbon tub with carbon body, vents, and aero features as far as the eye could see. Features a working interior with dials and gauges. Okay, we don't... What is happening? Oh, I had my arm on the thing. Let's maybe take this to... Old LaSalle? Yeah, let's go to the new LaSalle for this one, I believe. Even though Spa would probably be more accurate. No. Actually, I don't know what Spa's orientation back was then. Made it harder to get guns. Really? What happened? You're in Canada right now? For a vacation? Oh, I used to go to Canada a lot as a kid because my family, well, my dad was Canadian, and my dad's family was over in Canada. Le Mans? That's what we're doing. That cut looks very like a race car. What? I almost met Phil once, but I was busy so I couldn't go. Yeah, sure. I also didn't actually end up going. I just drove through it and left. My car is up next. I love to go to Switzerland. Sure. Doesn't Switzerland have like very corrupt traffic police to outsiders? Spine layout in the 80s is probably similar to what it is today. I don't think it was. I think there was some big differences, but I'm not sure. Anyway, Crazy Group C, I wasn't able to test out myself because broken controller. Oh. Okay. Welcome, Big Walter 32. I'm in my house on a secluded island in the North Sea, looking out my window to see a grey sky. Okay. As normal, if you say so. We have an interior camera. They just added an extra camera. Steering wheel moves. We have my pedals, cables wrapping my feet up. Ah, I disconnected the power. All good? Yes, all good. Okay. So, decent. We have a manual gearbox. Was this... No, I can go straight into gear. So this is actually a manual gearbox. It's probably some sort of dog box. It might have actually been an automatically controlled gearbox by this time period. Okay. Lots of spinny spin. Normal people, more power. RC car people. 5 real horsepower in a 1 to 10s. Yeah. What cat is... Yeah. Like Anne race car. This is very quiet. Why is it so quiet? What the hell? I would have loved if you had aligned the interior a little bit, maybe. Oh, God! With something. Also, the digital dashboard is kind of cool. Okay. This car is tricky to go to. Let's go Control W, tuning. I know how to fix this. Rear toe adjust. Toe in. Let's go like 30%. That'll probably help us out with that issue. Let's also turn the audio up. And turn music volume down. And turn game desktop volume up for you guys. Yeah, that is a very quiet engine. Ah, yes, no TC. Hi from England, England, England. I doubt you're actually from there. They don't have internet. Oh, I'm also noticing that the center gauges and everything works as well. Nice. PSI gauges, everything. Can I ask... how did you get the digital gauge? Like, did you make it? Or did you take it from somewhere? Or did you watch a tutorial or something? Or did you learn yourself? This thing is hard to drive. Also, Circuit del South is not a track I am very good at. Now we're getting like, if I steered any more than that, it would probably understeer. Is this thing also quite fuel efficient for a race car? Because I believe there was always limits on fuel amounts. Brakes are not giving me the traction I want. Taking a little bit to get used to drive this car. Damn it. I really have to get used to the driving characteristics. You know, actually, that was probably a good distance to brake from. I am just very inexperienced with new Circuit del South. Yeah, actually, you know what? That doesn't feel too bad. I just suck at driving this car. Is it because the suspension is really sloppy? Is that what's doing it for me? I don't know. Alright. Come on. Come on, 10. Yeah, bitch. Hey! This car is really hard to drive. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep, that's the thing that's happening. Okay. Okay. This is hard to drive. Oh my god. I think it's much more likely to have shift lights or digital odometer in place of... Yeah, I feel as if it probably wouldn't have been digital back in this day. Hammond uses... And Hammond... What? Oversteers a lot? A lot of cars do race cars do oversteer. You just have to be right on the balance. Okay. Let's heel and toe now. Alright, slow it down for T1. I hate that corner. I've never been good on New Circuit de la South with that. Turn! There is something really wrong with... Oh my god, really? I hate driving this car. What am I doing wrong? Is it me? Has anybody driven this car? Is it just me? Maybe it's Circuit de la South. I don't know it very well. Maybe I should take it to Automation Test Track instead. Yeah, I hate this. Okay, maybe it's got a lack of aero, or proper aero. Let's go back to Automation Test Track and drive it there. Well, did my car make it, Luca Mikos? I don't know. Phone in England. Most popular brand is Apple. No, I believe it's just the Microsoft company, right? Okay, let's try this here. I should be much better. Although, Boeing did make a 787. Okay then. I don't know what that's in relation to. You guys are talking about something here. It's funny how it feels understeery. It needs more front aero. That's what it needs. Okay. Control W. What tuning do we have? We have no front control. Let's go give the rear toe in. And a little bit more front negative camber. And maybe a little bit of toe out on the front. That might give us the results we want. Okay. Controllable oversteer. And still snappy. But turn-ins a lot... Okay, what the hell? Let's decrease the camber I put on, maybe. And a little less toe. Something like that, maybe? We got 32% rear toe. What's up with James Commits Ops? What are we talking about? No, it's the second most popular brand is Samsung. Maybe. I think it's just Microsoft, because you know how Microsoft stopped selling everywhere in the world? That didn't include England, which you have to go through a portal to get to, most of the time. Sometimes you just go into the Andes and wait for a foggy day, and you'll walk for long enough and you'll find it there. Nah. Is it just me? Has somebody driven this car? I hope you will try it out on the German Autobahn map. It's amazing for top speeds in beamng. This car? Just the nether? Yeah, basically. All groups say you need to be careful. I know! But they were still actually good handling cars. God damn it. They also weren't great at top speed because they were still quite draggy vehicles. You gonna go eat? Okay, that dude, Darren, catch you later. Phil, watch the video called Tonight on Bottom Gear. I have seen enough bottom gear stuff to know that I don't get Zerma humor. I think I kind of get what people find funny about it, but I mostly just find it annoying, to be honest. It's just screechy squeakers and stuff like that most of the time. I don't remember bottom gear that well. I just remember not being impressed much by it. In the alternate universe that Phil Van hate Volvo. No, there's actually no universe where I hate Volvo. There's universes where Volvo doesn't exist, but that's because cars haven't been invented in those universes, obviously. They're still using horse and cart. When cars inevitably do get invented, yes, I go back to loving Volvos. I have to lift at 300 kilometers an hour? Let's try this again. Vehicle config, reset, apply. Oh. I really need to do something about my headphone, my microphone cable getting constantly caught. I might get a wireless mod mic, see what that's like. See if people are willing to put up with that. Now, let's try that again. One last time. If this thing can't do slingshot flat out, at 300 kilometers an hour, which is not huge, then this car is going to get a fail from me. Which is disappointing. Alright, let's try this out. Later turn in. Okay! Let's try that again, shall we? I feel that this thing should probably have more downforce, maybe? I know, it's hard to tell what this thing needs, because I don't actually know how much downforce it's creating. Oh, it's generating no downforce? Almost no downforce. So let's go to a flat bit of ground. I just realized I have the wheel weight stuff down here. Okay. 300 per wheel kilogram on the rear. Let's start from a longer run up. And we're only about 100 or 200 kilograms per rear tire. And I feel that there's an imbalance. So that's what, 400 kilos of rear downforce? That's nothing, bro. You need a lot more than that. Yeah, I have to lift. And then it oversteers. Yeah, unfortunately, this car is not up to snuff when it comes to tuning, which is really, really disappointing, because I was actually really excited for this car. It needs, like, a lot more downforce. Like, a lot. Have I run out of music? Oh, that's been 100 songs already. Okay. How do I go next page? I forgot. What? Where's next page? There's next page. Okay. Does spamming invisible wings work in open beta? Yes, it does. Someone said something about their controller being broken earlier. That's why the car isn't tuned. I thought that was somebody else. I didn't know that was the maker of the car. 1 ton will do? I mean, yeah. For this sort of era, 1 ton. Lots of drag. This thing would probably be around 200 miles per hour, maybe. Oh, it is your car. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, not perfect tune. Also, since it's a race car, it doesn't get a full fill score, it just gets a simplified fill score. It's going to do pretty well, because it looks fairly nice. I think it's a very pretty car. Yeah, I do like the look of it. Let's get a little bit closer on some of the design. Let's actually quickly reset it. Is the wheel meant to be that tucked under? I can't remember. Phil, make it a pancake, drop it really high in the air. No, but I like this car. I don't want to do that. I love the, Oh, that's why people were saying Sparker about the shitty seat that was wrong. I could have made the slingshot at 300 if I tuned it properly. Unfortunately, my controller broke, so I could... Ah, okay, fair enough. Is the server up right now? What server? The Minecraft server? It is up, yeah. Buffering? Oh dear. My internet doing well? It still says I'm streaming, right? Anyway. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and say probably the wrong motor for this era of Group C. And not the greatest suspension tune. It's also like really quiet. Like very quiet. Sparko reference? Yeah. I do like the look of it. I'm thinking like a 6.5. It's got a lot of things right. You didn't go all-wheel drive, which is very important. Most people get that wrong. Sadly for me, I broke a bone using a motion set for Bing. If you say so. I would be on the MC server right now, but I am not on my main computer because someone else is sleeping in that room. Oh, okay, that's weird. Group C cars from that era did have the wheels tucked under a little bit. Okay. Going on Minecraft server? Good for you. Yeah, like a 6.5. It's not really there. Looking good is one thing, and that is the most I can say about this. But I just feel that, like, the tune is not there. I was coming up to Slingshot at, like, 372 kilometers. I oversteered and slammed into a wall. Okay. Ed, why can't you use headphones? Well, I mean, there's more than just, like, the sound of the thing. If somebody's sleeping in the room, it's a bit weird. In this era, Peugeot broke Porsche's record and achieved 406 kilometers an hour on the Mosan Strait. That's why Veyron was required to go 407. Finland Peach, what did I think? But 407 kilometers an hour, what's that? That's 220? $252. Okay. What think top and bottom gear? What? I like top gear, don't like bottom gear. But I get that's the thing, is like it's meant to be just nonsense. And I've never found nonsense humor funny. Like Chicken Cross the Road one, I have never in my life liked that joke in any way. I've always thought it was just a nonsensical, stupid joke and I didn't like it. I don't like non-jokes. Ed's plan. Now listen closely. Here's a little lesson in trickery. This is going down in history if you want to be a villain #1. And now I'm going to a VR stadium. Okay? You have to chase a superhero on the run just for that. What are you even talking about? Koenigsegg is capable of 270 miles per hour. Okay, good for you. My entire sense of humor is wordplay and puns. I do like wordplay and puns. Anyway, moving on to the next car. Have I got the right thing selected? There we go. Oh, okay. Unless they have a specific map set for this car, I feel that testing this one out on a test track is probably a good place to test this one as well. Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, this one didn't perform very well on votes, which is disappointing. Like, how did this one get more votes? I don't understand. This car looks really good. In my opinion, at least. No comments, no description. So I can't give it a full fill score anyway. That's probably part of the reason why I didn't get voted very well. Having a story with your car is quite important. Control W, what do we got here? Maybe this is not the hybrid, am I getting confused? I pressed the wrong buttons. It does say hybrid. Let's go to UI apps. Have a look at torque. There is actually no hybrid system here. And it doesn't look like a hybrid torque curve anyway. Engine. Stock intake, stock internal, stock turbocharger, engine structure, engine mesh, exhaust. Nah, it's not a hybrid. Welcome, that LV2, how's it going? Phil, can you check out my car on Reddit? No, I can't. Having a story with your car is quite important, but then you have to look up the car you say TL. Yeah. I mean, I look at it a little bit. Some information we grasp. Perhaps I'd just add the wheel obscure, the RPM meter you can see when you reach red line, and maybe a light in the... Okay. Having shift lights was actually a thing back in the 80s as well. I know you're Beluga. The name is different here. Phil, wanna hear a joke? Knock knock. If it's who's there, I also don't find that funny. Only a few I've actually ever found funny. Most of them I just don't. That's really disappointing. It's not gonna get a Phil score. And it's also not a cockpit vehicle. Yeah, let's bring my keyboard back up. By the cable. That feels great. I love doing that. Alright. Phil, what the Jesus? I spilled my keyboard on the ground. Oh, this thing feels very oversteery. What? No, it doesn't? Maybe the ESC? Very wallowy suspension. That's unfortunate. Camera's also off center. I suppose it's not that wallowy. It feels like what the hell? The transmission feels weird as well. What was Jesus' favorite car brand? Oh, that was clearly the I don't know. The Nimbus 2000? I don't know. I can't think of a funny joke for that. Handles quite nicely, and is actually well integrated with the ESC as well. Favorite cars? No. They're asking what was Jesus' favorite car, I think. Which I don't know. I'm not a wholly religious person, so I don't mind making fun of religion. I was raised as a Lutheran though. Car looks like it has edited tires. It feels weird. Like something is very strange about this car. It could just be like good balance. It's also all-wheel drive. Something is strange about this car. It's also very... I only just noticed this. It's very wide in the rear compared to the front. That is very strange. There is actually something strange about the handling of this vehicle. I doubt, though, that it does have tires change. I don't know. Let us in, it's cold? What? The brand producing crossplane V8 powered cars on crossfly tires. That did happen. Race cars were crossflies, and there probably was flat plane V8s used. Probably the Ford DFV. Let's call it. I don't even know what you're talking about. Look, this is a joke. What was Jesus' favorite car? What? Chrysler? Haha. that is funny. I like that. That's a good one. I was trying to think of a way to make this handles very well. You know what? It might just have a lot of downforce. You know what? It does create a fair chunk of downforce, which is also unrealistic. This thing would probably just generate a neutral amount of lift at probably most. Probably no downforce. $350-ish on the rear. Oh, no, it is just neutral left. Okay, well, let's go with front then. It's about 400 on the front. Seems that you tune the car to oversteer more due to all-wheel drive having a tendency to understeer. Maybe. The front will probably still generate lift. Getting rid of lift on the front of a car is really hard. As far as I'm aware. It is generating a bit of lift on the front. That is actually accurate. Okay. Interesting. So they tuned it for probably... Yeah, it's got oversteer at low speeds, and then more rear downforce compared to the front at speed. Really interesting. So it just has a very neutral sort of balance. Yeah, should have been up himself by the braking distance. It feels really nice to drive though. Like really nice to drive. I'm just very confused as to why the rear is so much wider than the front. That feels like a strange thing that most car companies probably wouldn't do. Also, the fact that this is a longitudinal engine seems very unlikely. Probably transverse. The Harley Denogler reference? I do make references to him sometimes. No, sorry, I do watch him sometimes, but I don't know which reference you're talking about. Make it a pancake? To make good jokes, you need good punctuation. My humor is Among Us and Big Vein. I don't know who Big Vein Boone is. Brakes are about on point for a vehicle like this car. It just feels like a nice car, to be honest. Key Phil Man, what happens when Kermit the Frog's car breaks down? It gets towed. I suppose his engine croaked it? Yeah, I like your joke. Except for the fact that Kermit the Frog is actually probably more lizard than frog, but yeah. I always found that one a bit weird. Me and my partner actually looked it up. And yeah, Kermit the Frog was actually not based upon any frog and actually took visual things from lizards. Exhaust fumes? His engine croaked? G-Phil. You don't have to rub it in, or rib it in? I can't think of any other. I used to do lots of puns back in the day, but I've given up on that. Like a lot of puns. It like got in the way of friendships and everything. I feel that this thing, like, for road use is maybe just a smidge too oversteery, because you have to remember, idiots do drive cars, and they do buy your cars. Unless you're Ferrari, you can't really control who buys your cars. Even Ferrari can't really control that, to be honest. We had to drive for fun? Yeah, it feels like that. Also, you are right, the exhaust is coming out of the wrong place. That's an automation exporter issue. I need to get new rivets for the head assembly. No, that doesn't really work. It's just fun to drive. Even if it is a bit peculiar in certain ways, it's just fun to drive. A little tap of the handbrake sometimes, get that back end out. Ah! Rally? What are the tires on here? That'll decide whether we do a little bit of rallying, and then we'll just give it a fill score. Sports compound? No rallying. If those tires are actually like that from out of automation, I'm thinking like an 8 out of 10. No JDM editing. But if there is that tire stuff, I'm thinking like a 7, because I would have loved to have seen it like be naturally this good. But if it is this good, an 8 out of 10. It's a pretty fun car to drive, and I do like the design of it, even if the rear seats are like really crushed. I have an RC drift car. Should I swap a 5-liter rotary into it? Sure, okay, go for it. I need to get a new... Yeah, I already read that one. Car seems a bit weird. Fun. Do you know that Philman is an Audi R? Okay, I think we already said that one. Cool car. 8 out of 10. Perfect score. All channel members, You know what to do. Control E. Next car is the Kalis Pirate. Let's go have a look at the Kalis Pirate. Kalis. That's number 1 on the list. Someone give me an RX-7? Nah. What's a 50s car favorite rally? Finland. Is that a joke? I don't know. Do you know what? Oh my god. Okay, I should be off right now. Have a good one. Okay, see you later, Ed. I am just having a hell of a time with these people. Ugh. Small coupe, small American standards, powered by 197 horsepower V8. Price is $16,100. Let's take it to an American track then. Yeah, those tires seem appropriate. Let's take this to... I pressed the wrong button. To... I'm going to take it back to the US. Though it'll probably be more of a high-speed sort of car. So probably like dirt circle racing. So I can take it to the USA track anyway. West Coast. And let's go to racetrack and then we'll just zip over. Tail fins? Maybe? What? Remember those? Finland tail... What? I don't understand. I also don't understand why beamng is taking so long to load. There we go. Ah, okay, I must have cleared my cache. I probably forgot about that. Oh, that's right, because I'm doing mod making and map making and have to reset a bunch of times. Okay. One button. Control E. Here we go, the Kalis Pirate. Do we have a cockpit camera? No, we don't. Also, manual. Okay. Okay. Let's give it a try with just the controller then. The car was made in 1967 and it has 427... Yeah, in the 60s is when they started to go berserk with power. But in the 50s it was more about the engine than the amount of power it created. A little bit of racing was a thing, but not a lot. In the 60s when they started to go berserk, and that's when it became an issue, and I believe it was Chevy said no to racing. Which a lot of people in the company found ways around, especially Holdens. Did I say Chevy? I meant... No, it is Chevy, yeah, GMH. GMC. 50s cars had tail fins, so their favorite rally was... Oh, Finland. Oh. Sure. Okay. I just realized that this car looks a lot like from GTA. Sure. Ooh, nice drift. That felt nice. Also, I feel this thing has too much power for too little price. This thing probably would have cost about $10,000 more. Yeah. Look at that. This thing is just nice to drift. It'll just keep going. I also like the massive amounts of wheel tuck, which is also very active for this time period. This feels the most realistic so far out of all of the cars as well. It also sounds great. To be fair, Camaro's SS427 down to 60 cost $22,000. Really? That seems unlikely. What do you mean? $22,000 before conversion rate? Probably not. Cheap power is a very American thing. But this is like $16,000, which is so much cheaper, and in the 50s. How can they charge like $60,000 for a car now and not make enough profit? I don't understand. I know that like their cars are simpler, but even still, like their refinement on building techniques should have brought the price way down. Like, a lot down. Unless there's, like, a lot of, patents that they need to buy to make a car modern enough. Like, I don't know, do they have to pay a patent on, fuel injection systems? Do they have to pay a patent on having digital, interior parts? I don't know. There's a lot of, like, really shitty patent stuff in America. And America is, like, a big cause of that as well, which is so disappointing. I was so surprised when I saw that one car was $26,000. The, like, Mercury Marauder or whatever. God damn it, how do I get out of here? Alright, there we go. We'll go off-road. A lot of power going through crossflies. Love it. Alright, well, there's also a barrier here. Let's just zip across. Oh, let's go all the way across. Alright. Brum brum, bitches. So, we know that it is quite good for controllability on dirt. And now we're going to see what it's like on bitumen. No, I wasn't talking about you, Pepper. You're not... I mean, you are a bitch. Technically. Brakes. Very lock-uppy. A very stable... No. You're probably going to want more understeer. If your car can oversteer, without power oversteering, like deliberate power oversteering, then your car probably has too much oversteer for the time period. Also, this had better be crossflies. Not bad, not bad at all. I wonder what the most powerful flathead was. I need to look that up quickly. Ford Flathead V8 Wiki. Flathead V8 Wiki. Modern performance flatheads, 700 horsepower? Nah. 65 horsepower, 75 horsepower, 85 horsepower, 80, 90, 90, 95, 100, 110, 60, 83. Okay, so in 1952, the Ford France created a somewhat bored-out version, 2.4 liter. Production was taken over by them, who began selling in 1955. Transferred the production to Brazil, where it kept it in production until 1969. Brazil, 1967. 1962, the real surprise was the 2.5 liter 1960s. Okay, so in the 1960s, they got a flathead up to 138 horsepower. I almost read that as it made 2 horsepower. I was like, that doesn't seem right. 125 horsepower. Oh, okay. So, it seems that in the 1950s, the most power that a flathead had was 125. And that's kind of what I was basing my knowledge off of, like... But that seems that that was also replaced around that sort of time. In an alternate universe, that Philman likes French cars. I don't think there's... No, I don't think that's a possibility. I'm more of a Mustang fan than a Camaro. Alright. Ah! Lots of oversteer. That would have been considered a safety issue. Understeer was seen as more safe, so most cars had lots of understeer. Even today's standards. Driving in Beam is a little bit different than real life, but I'd say that the cars have a lot more understeer. Like, look at that. Oh, I suppose that's under braking going downhill, so that's actually acceptable. Having a lockup on the rear brakes is actually not that uncommon, because they would create a lot of lift in the rear in vehicles. Sick drift, bruh? Yeah, I agree. Also, I do agree about the Mustang more than Camaro. Like, the Camaro is kind of a cool car, but the Mustang just... It feels a lot cooler than the Camaro. That one wheel peel, love it. The one tire fire, that's another way of putting it. It's fun. It's just a fun car to drive. Realistic? No. Needs way more wobble. Alright, I think we've done enough driving with this car. Let's see what it goes like. If Volkswagen makes a Camaro... You mean Unicycle? What are you even talking about? Very alien-looking car? Not really. It's 1950s. A lot of cool stuff in here. The rear headroom is going to be really hurting the comfort score. How much did this cost again? $16,400. Okay. 60 score is the best, I think, so far out of these cars. Styling. I do think that this one looks pretty good. But not like the sort of thing that would be as remembered as, say, like the pink car. The pink car would probably be remembered a lot more. Also, I do like that they got the color to be editable. So you can have whatever you want on the roof. I would have loved if it was leather, though. Leather tops would have been great. I'm pretty sure it existed back then, though. So like a 6... No, we'll go a 6 on that. And we'll give the coolness factor a little bit more. Acceleration, 5. Handling, 6. 7 on fun factor. Cool factor, 8. Trackability, 5. It's got drum brakes. They wouldn't last forever. Features for this car. What was it? $16,400. That is incredibly cheap. A radio seems unrealistic. That's going to hurt the realism score a little bit. And we have no air conditioning, which is about right. I am glad that they got that correct. And it has leaf springs. Nice. Many US companies offered tiny sway bars and only as performance options until the 80s. Really? I didn't know that. I'm more of a Camaro than the Mustang. Okay. You're a car? The fastest I've gone was 203 miles per hour on an Aston Martin. It was not mine, it was my cousin. Sure. I think the fastest I've been in the car, and it was on that racetrack that one time, but I really don't remember what speeds we were doing it. I don't think it was that fast. I'm pretty sure it was not that fast. It was probably within, like, road speed limits. I was also being driven around. Probably 200 kilometers an hour in my 1980 Volvo. Actually, it was, sorry, about like 193, maybe. It was the low 190s. I may have gone a little bit faster in the blip, but I think I was going for average top speed. You're on 287 miles per hour? Okay, the fastest I've ever been is probably like 500 and something miles per hour. But that was also in a jet going like international. I actually don't know what jets go, to be honest. Features 1. Comfort 6, probably? I mean, there's no headrests, but we do have decent room. It is bench seats, they're not very buckety, unfortunately. Suspension wasn't as soft. Hold on, let's actually have a look at the suspension. It doesn't feel quite nearly as wallowy as what you'd expect from a car at this time period. So, let's go 5 on comfort. Could be better. You know what? No, we'll leave it at a 6. Quality. It's very old American. Quality is going to be okay, but it's going to be wearing out a lot and require a lot of constant sort of tuning, most likely. Practicality. I mean, having a gas guzzle like this is going to be quite unpractical. Getting 6 people in here is possible, but you have to like fold the seats down, all that sort of Tetrising people in becomes annoying over time. Probably not the easiest to park. Yeah. Also, like, once again, maintaining such an old car, like the engines may be robust and all that kind of stuff, but they're more robust than, say, like a Ferrari at the time period, which is, I think, a way of saying it is, they do need a lot more attention than a lot more common, newer cars. Jet goes around 640 miles per hour for top. Okay. The fastest I've seen ever goes about... Okay. 2,500 miles per hour. Uh-huh. Welcome, 3D Models India. How's it going? You are late? Quite late, yeah. But we're 3 hours and 20 minutes in. Let's give the practicality like a 6. It's quite practical, but not hugely. Value for this car. You know, actually, I should check out the tires. What tires does this have? Okay, it looks like I think somebody said that was a medium compound pattern. Value. Quite cheap. Probably going up in price a lot, but probably not going to go down in price. So we'll give it about a 6. Ongoing cost, probably a 2. Probably not great on fuel or anything like that at all. J-beam editing. I believe the two-tone is not a thing in standard game yet, so we'll give them like a 1 on that one, because it is quite simple. They'd probably have to figure it out somewhere else, so we'll give that a 2. Would I buy it? Maybe. If it was like a few $1,000s, less than 10, maybe. Not really my sort of car, though. The je ne sais quoi factor. We'll get that like a 6, or a 5, sorry. Pretty good. Commonality and realism. We'll give that a 7. Too cheap for its setup. Got good suspension. Has a radio at that price, seems unlikely. Just go like 1,000 miles per hour because they have a lot of downforce, especially in the air. Oh, I love it. That's actually really funny. Good work. That's my sort of sense of humor. Absurdist? Sometimes, yeah. Like, that does really well. Absurdist and referential. This is the best score we've had out of any of these cars so far, by the way. 79. Really good score. Next car is... oh yeah. Well, we're on the racetrack. We can keep trying it on the racetrack. Let's have a look at the description of said car. Here we go. This is by Pingu. Mr. Master Pingu. Backfill? No, I'm just Phil. Is there like a front fill? I don't know. Phil, it says je ne sais quoi is I do not know that. Je ne sais quoi score is for things that are like, I don't know. What does je ne sais quoi mean? Je ne sais quoi conjures up a je ne sais quoi kind of meaning to it. Downforce is drag, I know. Yeah. What? You're confusing. What? Anyway. Originally, just me messing around with my Formula V car. Oh, okay then. And eventually tuning into a completely different thing. Name is the P50 car. Okay, well, the price probably doesn't really matter. It's not going to get a score because it's not a road car. As originally built on the base of the Formula V, it's very small and not much larger than a Pigeon. The bodywork is a little messy from trying to stop the steering from warping the car. Oh, interesting. Anyway, if you buy a car from Greece GR, what are you even talking about? I don't understand. You should sue Adobe because Photoshop has a fill tool. Ah, yeah. My humor is broken. Okay. We do have a cockpit, but no steering wheel. Oh, lots of oversteer. I don't think we have front drive. Is this a manual? Yes, it is. Okay. Just wanted to check. This thing is getting really sketchy on the steering. Also, if this is meant to be like a Formula 1 Halo, you've done a bad job. I can't see where I'm driving. So the idea is that, like, stereoscopic vision should see around it. This thing wobbles way too much side to side. Here's the thing. You need to keep an aspect ratio, basically, to have good handling on a car. If I run out of... Oh. What? YouTube is broke. Oh, that's all the songs in the list? That's it. That's everything. Okay. There's only 117 songs in that category. Interesting. Let's go mood. Let's go... dramatic. Let's see what that's like. You know what? Let's switch this back to, let's see if we can do flappy paddles. So I can keep both hands on the steering wheel to keep the sketchiness under control. Too much oversteer. Visually, that engine is further forwards, but it is not actually further forwards, I'm guessing. Oh, I am losing a lot of traction on the front, and it is becoming very sketch. It's also not hugely powered. Oh, I don't have control over the gearbox. Okay, okay. Thanks, beamng. This is not a fun car to drive. It is way too sketch. England people think they are the best. No? I think you're thinking of American people. Or do you mean England thinks that they were, like, the most important? Okay, I think we're done with this car. It's ugly as sin. Handles like garbage. Meant to be a meme. Sure. 6 out of 10? 5 out of 10? I don't know. It's ugly as sin. I know what you're going for on the front, trying to be funny, but everything else sucks about this car. It is so bad. It's Formula V, chill out? Yeah, sure. Next car is... track car, the QDM XGT10. Love the code name. It's probably a little bit higher, right? There we go. Okay. 2022. Cool Hill Climber. Made by Octane. Oh, is Octane in the chat still? Would be happy. I like how it looked. Sure. This is an XGT10, the latest iteration purpose-built track car. XGT series by something or other. It's the last track-only production quarter. What? Lots of, like, made-up names, which are really hard for me to read. So I'm just going to read it in silence. The goal is one thing only. Demolishing lap times. It did an appearance in the fearsome Nordschleife and did a 5:17, being the previous record of the Porsche at 5 minutes 19. Okay. Good luck, Philman, in quotation marks. Oh dear. Not road legal. Then it's not going to get a full score. Working steering wheel, max RPM, cockpit driver cam, custom sound. Haven't added a dash because of some issue with which breaks the car. Oh, interesting. I've never heard of that before. 2 million on automation, carbon fiber. Front-mounted 4.6-litre 90-degree V10 ZUD engine, if you say so. 1,400 horsepower. This is going to be difficult. Double shroud front and rear. It's about a ton, it says. That is custom sounds. And high rev, nice. Yep, that is the right weight. Was it all-wheel drive? I can't remember. Should be, for like top end. Oh, they're going ballsy and reckon that this car can be controlled. No shifters. Oh, it's this feels weird. Brakes are superb. This thing is really powerful. What the fuck? How is it accelerating so hard? Even at 1,400 horsepower, that is too much acceleration for this much downforce this thing has. Did you edit how much power this thing has? It feels incredibly stable. Not the greatest turning circle. Oh, it's hard to drive. Alright, let's start again. Also, it seems that ESC is working overtime. Let's do that to sport for now. I have the feeling this thing is going to be too hard to control without it. Hey! Driving almost like an auto. It's weird. Like the change gears and it's already like a red line. Weird. The brakes are insane. There is something weird about the traction. I love it. I feel like this thing could probably do with a little bit more toe out in the front. Not with the low speed handling. Gearing is way too short at the top end. What the hell? There's almost no difference between 60 and 7. You're just carrying around extra weight for no real reason. Ah! Alright, let's try this now with no ESC on. No going. It feels very rough now. And now my gearbox is double shifting. That's like my album. It's simmering. It's amazing how much ESC was making this a very different vehicle. I feel it even brakes better. Oh dear. This is fun to drive. Try the Nordschleife build? No. No, you know what, actually, I've cleared my cache. Let's actually try it out. That might have fixed my Nordschleife glitch. Here's hoping. Reposted my car. I hope it do well, unlike last time. Shall see. The more effort you put in the post, the more likely you get to get upvotes. It's working now! I cleared the cache previously. I don't know why it didn't work that time. That's so annoying. It might be good for rally racing. I don't think so with rear-wheel drive. You know what, actually, I really like this thing with sports ESC on. Gear ratio is wrong. I could be wrong though. Did you do like downforce or traction changes in the code? This is a good vehicle. Even if you have cheated, I don't care. This thing feels so nice to drive. Oh, that weird echo. What was the J-beams? Working steering, RPM, cockpit, driver cam, custom sounds. Haven't added to. Okay. Who made it, by the way? Was it again? Yeah, it was Octane. Okay. Might be good for, sir, please reply. To what? Hold on, let me have a look. Sir, I tried to make a mod for beamng through automation, but failed. Could you please? I will provide my 3D model? Mod for beamng. Oh, watch my stream on it. If you can't figure it out, go to the automation center there. Or watch a lot of Hard Rooster Lab videos. Why NASCARs have fake light? I don't know, just so it doesn't look weird. And you also got to calculate when he will be in chat. Oh, okay, yeah. This doesn't feel like a good transmission. Something's wrong with it. Like, there's not a clear defining sound I can hear between gear shifts. It's throwing me off in downshifting gear shifts and stuff. Sorry, I'm going full sweat mode for this. I'm not talking a whole lot because this is just fun to drive. I think this is the best car experience I've had in probably like a month. For like top speed cars like this. This is a lot of fun to drive right now. Oh my god. That was bad. I think something is wrong. Let's give it a quick check. I'm enjoying this too much to like let damage get in the way. I'm enjoying this too much on the stream. I know I'm not being particularly entertaining, but oh my god. That was a lot of fun. I just want to keep going. This is the LMH hybrid all over again? Not quite. The exhaust sounds familiar. I don't know where the sounds are from. They did say they were custom. I'm gonna go just a little bit more. I am enjoying this way too much. Speaker icon? What? I don't know what it is. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, you know what? There's another thing I can do as well. Control W. Engine. Transmission. What? There's a 6-speed sequential? Let's go with that. There we go. Now we're straight into here. Weird. Okay. Feels a lot worse to drive something. Liz enjoying it way too much. Oh yeah, I am enjoying it way too much. Oh damn it. That was the wrong button to press. I just want to be able to be on that context. This gearbox sounds a lot better. The way in which it works here. The vehicle is a lot less controllable now somehow. Too bad though, I can still rein it in. I'm also not taking it easy. I am driving super hard on this thing. This is so much fun, guys. If you have a race rig, give this one a try. It is brutal. Gear shift seemed like the right gear ratio as well. And we're not lugging around a 7th gear anymore. That was like completely useless. Oh, this is actually getting quite physical right now. My heartbeat is racing. Moving the steering wheel around. I must have force turned off or something because it is quite heavy right now. I'm getting... I mean, I'm feeling my muscles now. They're not sore. They're just... I can tell they're there. They're going, hey, you don't use these very often, do you? Okay. I think we've had enough fun. Let's go back to home. What a fantastic drive this thing is. It's an odd-looking car. Yeah, I agree. But don't fool this thing as amazing. Like they say, don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, it doesn't look like this thing would be very good at high speed. Its high speed, in realistic terms, would probably be around 200 miles per hour, maybe a little bit more than that. I don't know what this thing reached, but oh god, it feels good. Yeah, the sequential tampered the handling a lot. Yeah, how? I don't understand that. It's very sleek looking design. and the next line you just said. I'm really glad you enjoyed it very much. Did you tamper with the tires or downforce, or use any sort of exploit other than putting in multiple hidden wings? Because I feel it's like a 9 out of 10 with how it is currently, but a 9.5 if you didn't actually use any exploits. This is really fun and very stable at driving, which is very hard to do with an automation vehicle. This is good. Waiting for a response. Really, really long time for YouTube. Big delay. I suppose we'll just sit here and wait whilst YouTube gives you like... The delay should only be about like 7 to 10 seconds. How is it taking this long? Do I have a drink bottle here? I don't think I do. I think I'm out of water. How you doing, Pippa? How about I give you a pat break? I don't have a car setup. Yeah, I changed the tire. Okay, a 9 out of 10. It's pretty good. But it would have been more like an artistic, like, oh, you've done a really good job with working with automation. So I'm going to give you just like a 9 out of 10. A very good car. If you had done this with like standard automation, it would have been like, oh my god, how did you do that? So a custom code for the FR17 mod? What? Yeah. I also don't appreciate that you didn't put that in the description of the car, unless I missed it. Anyway, welcome Welsum Mayhem Entertainment. Let's have a look at the next vehicle. It is... Oh yeah, this one. Probably not really... You know what, actually? It is European. So maybe we'll take it around here. 15,000 RPM. Not quite. It was about 4,000, I think. Or 14,000. We do have a cockpit camera. The engine is on. You can't hear it. Is this a... It is a manual. Okay. Let's take the far superior car around. You know what? Actually, hold on. That was the wrong button to press. Let's go see what their description says. Say if they have any thing on it. Direction where to go. Oh my god, that's a really long description. Year 2000 released the facelift Clio, blah blah blah, inline front-wheel drive Clio. 6 months later, the Clio V10 Sport was revealed in popular. Okay, Japanese manufacturer managed to just barely squeeze in a 4-liter V10. Oh, it's Japanese. Okay. The conservatively tuned producing, yeah, conservative. 335 horsepower out of 4 liters. Conservative, my ass. Peak torque car weighs just over that, blah, blah, blah. Suspension is lowered just otherwise high center of gravity. However, this is still only front-wheel driven, limited slip differential. Car has serious troubles putting all that power down. No shit, Sherlock. And 800 of these were made in the year 2000. You could get one for 34 pounds. Why have they got 3... Oh, that's euro, sorry. 34 euros. Why have they got, 3 cent signs? Did they go to, like, the thousandths of a cent? If you were lucky enough to get in queue fast enough, today a pristine condition V10 Clio goes upwards of 90 pounds. Wow, they're still very cheap at auction. By the way, I know that they're using periods because that's probably the country that they're from. I know that it is written in weird ways. I just like it. If you're submitting to me, I would love it if you did commas every third number. Generally, that's how we do it. We don't use 2 numbers and then 3 numbers and all that sort of stuff, which I've seen in other ones. This one is fine, except it's just a period instead of a comma. 15,000 RPM is not a huge amount for a race car. It is not a road car. That was written in the description. Alright, so it doesn't look like this is meant for anywhere. This is probably pre-testing on the Nürburgring, which was made popular by Jeremy Clarkson. Maybe instead, we'll take it to a different track. We can take it to Italy. There's probably a lot of, like, testing done in Italy. So Italy, USA. Let's go to like the port area and start driving from there. Looks amazing and feels very cool. The last car, yeah. This one, questionable. Very French-esque, even though it is apparently a Japanese car called a Clio. Sure, bro. iMix is my user? What? That's my comment? What? What are you talking about? 14,900 to be exact. Alright, gonna go sleep now. Take care. Thanks for the review. Okay, cool. Do some rally? In this thing? Front-wheel drive? Maybe. We'll see. Okay, let's... Very short gear ratios. In fact, I might say... too short of a gear ratio. We got, what, 300 horsepower, they said? And we're going like 100 kilometers an hour in third gear? The hell? This thing does not have 335 horsepower. Is it like 5 tons? What? It weighs shy of 1,400 kilos. Torque graph. It does have a lot of power. How's this thing feeling so slow? What have they done? J. Marie Clarkson. Hey, if the Mini won the Monte Carlo with front-wheel drive and front engine and 64 horsepower, then a V10 can? Depends on the handling characteristics of the car, I suppose. The Mini was particularly good at handling because of its lightweight. Ah! Also, this weighs like twice what the original Mini weighed. Oh, this thing sucks. Like, once it goes over any sort of ledge, the thing just massively understeers. It's a, like, massively forward engine. Is this the way out? I think it is. Let's do a little bit of mountainous driving now that we've gotten used to, like, some zippy city driving. The short gear ratios probably have something to do with it. Maybe, but even still. If it's conservative, as they say, then this thing would have a lot of power under the curve. And it just doesn't feel like it. A short gear ratio would make this thing feel more violent, and as if the gears were a little bit breathy. Does this thing have like a lot of body drag? I don't know. Why does it feel so slow? Probably, yeah. We got pretty big damage now. Which one is it? That one. Yeah. I don't think I have ever driven 200 kilowatts so slowly before. Let's try that again, shall we? See if we can't do less garbage this time. Boy, I can tell that they've tried to fix the understeer issue, but not good enough. They're just way too much... It feels like way too much weight over the front. So anytime anything happens, the inertia just carries the front so much. Like that inertia going over bumps with such stiff suspension, it just carries it so far. Oh dear. That's the wrong buttons. There we go. The drag must be immense, maybe. Now, how do I go up the hill? No, I'm in the wrong village. I thought I was in a different village. 500 a bath. 5.9. What? I thought I was in a different area, by the way. So I don't know where I am. Like, sorry, I know where I am, but vague. What the... What was that? What did I hit? There's nothing here. What the hell? There must be something there. Is this the way out? God, these USA maps are really weird. Here we go. Found our way out. Apparently this is red line through square. Welcome, Bastion Lover. Interesting name. How's it going? A bath, of course. I mean, I suppose you could call this a bath. Okay. Brakes are doing nothing. What the hell was that? Is that also a 6-speed? In the 2000s? Nah. 5-speed at most. Oh, that wasn't even a road to turn down anyway. Bugger. Alright, let's just keep going down the road then. I prefer the Fiat Roadster Abarth, if you say so. You love Mini? I mean, I like Mini. There's a lot of left turns here that I should probably be taking. Okay, we'll take this left turn. You know, this isn't bad. It feels nice. Doesn't feel like it has enough body roll for the time period, though. Just saying hello before I have to go from it. Oh, okay, Cascade Freak. That was the wrong button to press. They're cute sports cars, but I don't adore Mini. I think, I just don't like how big the Mini actually is. I don't like how modern small cars are actually very big. Like, the modern sport cars are like 90s family cars. Like, what the hell? Why are they trying to, like, make every car massive? What's up with that? How is this thing so slow for having so much power? Oh god! That was the car's fault, not mine. I totally didn't not see that I had to start braking. I didn't put much through into this beyond small car, big engine. Don't know why it feels slow, but it feels the same to me. Could do something in automation giving convertible bodies bad drag, maybe. I mean, it probably does have a lot of bad drag because of the body shape. I think I prefer, personally, the Fiat over the Mini. Like, the new Fiat over the Mini. Otherwise, I like the old Mini over the old Fiat. Fiat Coupe was budget front-wheel drive coupe built Fiat Tipo... What? Okay. What year was that with the 6-speed? That is quite rare to get a 6-speed in that sort of time period. In a car that's not, like, high-end. I lulls you, hey Phil, how's the stream going? Am I late? Yeah, you're here for the last car. Oh dear. Ah! Also, this is probably going to be the last stream from the cockpit as well. I'm going to go back to doing normal driving. I like this for certain cars, but it's a hassle. And not everybody was set up for it as well, which was annoying. Using a controller from a cockpit was annoying. Really, really annoying. Lots of wheel spin. That is so weird. Like, I'm flooring it at high revs, and the thing is just so slow. A 15-minute lead dad jokes. What of car goes and egg drive? Don't do drugs. A Volkswagen? Okay, cool. Just checking, Fiat Punto had 6-speed as an option in the mid-90s. Really? That is unusual. Alright, fair enough. Maybe there was, like, some sort of reason as to why they did that. Maybe they were, like, so gutless they needed the extra gears? I don't know. I will say, though, this doesn't handle terribly. It handles actually like a front-wheel drive should. Maybe just a slightly less understeery than what I'd expect. Especially from this sort of time period. I like it. We'll give it a Phil score in a bit. The new Mini has 350 horsepower, but Mini said if you drive it 5 laps in their racetrack, they'll give you an extra 50 horsepower to make it. That's stupid. Like, that's probably just a marketing thing, to be honest. What they're doing is kind of like the exclusivity sort of thing. Trying to just like drum up stuff for it, which is really annoying because they could actually do something cool with it, but they're just like, no, you just do 5 laps, you're all good. It's a bit weak, Source Pro. Ah! That was the wrong button. There we go. This thing doesn't feel good in city roads, but we'll give it one last try, then we'll give it a fell score. Oh, in cities it sucks. I suppose we were going like over unusual terrain though. You know what, not so bad, I suppose. This thing feels really wide for a small car. Oh, that's right, they did actually widen it out. Duh, I'm an idiot. Ah, Polizia. Where are we? There we are. Okay. Let's do a little bit of downhill driving, actually. It feels much better downhill, but still problematic. Yeah. It's not going to get a very good styling score, by the way. Just letting you know right now. This thing is... It'll get more of a je ne sais quoi than a styling score. Oh, dear. What kind of car does a Jedi drive? A Toyota. Yeah, cool. Okay, those headlights. I mean, I don't mind them. They're okay. Let's start giving them scores. It's not ugly, but it's also not good looking anyway. So we'll give it a 5 out of 10. The acceleration is kind of like maybe a 6. It is actually fast. It just feels really slow. What did the tomato say to the other tomato when he was going slow? Ketchup. Yeah, I know that one. Handling. We'll go with 6 on that one. It's okay. It's very situational where it'll be really bad. Fun factor. I mean, yeah, it's kind of fun. Cool factor is gonna be very cool. Like, people knowing, like, the car that was, like, cool on paper but garbage in real life. Trackability. You know what? It's actually not gonna be too bad on track, considering that it's, like, it's not fast, but it does pretty well. Doesn't have snap oversteer or anything like that. And also being on like usually tracks are very flat, means that you'll get rid of a lot of the handling issues that this thing has. Feature, I get the feeling that this car would do terribly on Bavarian Bend. What was the price of said car? $34,000. So it's not going to be massively packed with stuff. Also, what year? Year 2000. It's not going to be great. We got air conditioning and a radio. Great. This is some weird interior. Anyway. Oh, what should we put there? 2. Comfort. Probably not the most comfortable vehicle. We'll give it a 3. It's quite rigid. You know what? Actually, the gearbox feels really nice and soft. We'll give that a 4. Quality. It's French? No, sorry. They said Japanese, right? Shibu released the facelift US version of the sporty Millennium, running new performance inline full front, blah, 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 blah. Engineers at the Japanese manufacturer managed to barely squeeze out exactly that much. So if it's Japanese, it'll probably be much higher quality. The plastics won't feel very good, especially at $36,000. We'll go like, it feels crap, but built quite well. We'll go a 6 on that. Practicality. It's a two-seater, right? You know, it's also a convertible. Give that a 7. Those are not good seats for comfort. Let's go... 3. It's easy to park. 2 seats. Probably not a great boot, though. Value. This thing is probably skyrocketed in price because it's a V10. We'll go a 5 on that one because it's probably also not like huge like Toyota Supra. Ongoing costs. Also in the early 2000s, front-wheel drive was not very liked. So cars that like front-wheel drive but really good, still not very popular. Does anyone know where the handbrake is? Handbrake are in automation. Are you trying to see the handbrake fixtures? They're in a few different mods, maybe, but generally the one like the 80s interior pack. There's handbrakes in there. Japanch, a little bit. It's not changeable. What? Anyway, ongoing costs. It's probably not great on fuel, being the early 2000s. You're starting to get into that sort of range, but being a high-powered V10. Probably not great, not the lightest vehicle, and probably a lot of body drag. It's probably not great on fuel. But being Japanese, it'll be cheapish to repair. But their bigger engines, like the V12s that they've had and stuff like that, parts for those are very expensive because they are very rare. And how many did they say? 200 of these? I just spat out a lot of... 800 of these. So very rare. We'll give that like a 5. If you break anything, huge repair price. Or not... Mercedes or BMWs, but like huge compared to other Japanese cars. Yeah. J-Beam editing. Was there any? Just the camera? 1. Decent. Would I buy it? You know, actually, like 6 on that maybe. Maybe a 5. It's not the best looker. The je ne sais quoi factor. Okay. Hi from England, England, England. I doubt it. You guys don't have internet over there. I find very hard to find the handbrakes. Yeah, handbrakes are usually hidden. They're not easy to find. There is like a certain thing. These taillights look rather interesting. I feel like they're custom. And the front headlights do an okay job. These not like the most detailed details on the front, but they actually do a very good job of looking like the sort of car that they're trying to replicate. They're not unrealistic in any sort of way. They also have windshield wipers, but they go center inward, like out to the center. Interesting. They don't go the same direction. Do you know the history of England, England, England? They don't keep a history, don't they? I'm pretty sure they don't. They very specifically don't keep it for the similar sort of reason why the Doctor doesn't use his real name, and he just goes by the Doctor all the time. As explained a little bit in that one episode of Doctor Who where they went up against vampires in England. Anyway, the je ne sais quoi factor, I'm going to give it a 5. It's actually like, there's a lot of coolness there. Not very, like it's well executed, but not very high effort. The realism and commonality, we're going to go like a 3 on that. It's a little too brutal, it's a little too cheap, and a front-wheel drive V8 is very unlikely. Only one company I know of ever really tried to do it, and that was Volvo, but when they got bought out by Ford, that went and got scrapped, and then later on they got the V8, but that wasn't done by Volvo, that was done by Yamaha. You're from the nether regions? Fair enough. Score of 77. Not great, but also... not bad. 80 is where it starts to get like into a usual sort of more modernish sort of score. So that's acceptable. It's not exceptional really in any way, this vehicle. Fun fact, the Bumblebee is German. If you say so. But yeah, that is this car. I'm going to back it up a little bit so we can get a bit more of a rounded look at it. I know, I don't mind this. I think it's an okay vehicle. What do you guys think? Was I being generous with the design? Because it's also, like, weird, but not, like, unusual weird. I feel it's also probably have, like, a body trim line running down the side, and also on the rear, maybe? To fill in a bit of blank space? I don't know. What does the Renault Clio V6 look like? It's been a really long time since I looked at it now. No. Renault Clio V6. It looks kind of goofy. Does look a little bit goofy, I will agree with that. Yeah, they have no trim lines. What about the rear? Alright, they use body lines to fill in the gaps. Fair enough. Is that actually what the rear looks like? That doesn't... No, that is what the rear looks like, okay. Been a long time since I looked at one. And this is also one of the very few French cars that I would actually like to own. That's the wrong car. That's the right car. What is this? Is this like some sort of render? Or do they re-release a new one? 2000 to 2003. 2000 to 2005. Oh. I didn't realize there was a facelift version of it. The only Renault Clio that I ever realized was this style. And that's what that looks like. Okay. Huh, I never picked up on that at all. The Clio 6 is a mid-engine? Yeah, I know. Phil, do you know Goofy, the cartoon character? Yes. I watched Goof Troop in cinemas when it was new. Didn't care much for it, though. Clio V6 was my favorite car. Oh, okay. I wouldn't say it's my favorite car, but it's like up there on like some of the coolest cars that I know of. That's the facelift model? Yeah, that makes sense. You like the Phase 1? Sure. The Clio V6 was my dad's first car. That seems unlikely. That seems very unlikely. That seems incredibly unlikely. Like, unfathomably unlikely. Like, I'm just gonna call that a straight up, you're lying to me. That's... no, that didn't happen. Cool car, though. Really do like it. In fact, actually, you know what? I'm now looking at more than just a headlight. It's got, like, this double grille. It looks okay. There's something to also like about this one being much bigger and open. But I also like the fact that this one, like, edges out and gives you, like, that more defined lip. I know, there's things I like about both of them, to be honest. I'm surprised that they even bothered to do a facelift on it. Facelift is Goofy? You mean Goofy had a facelift? Really? I didn't take him for the plastic surgery type. Anyway, that's cool. Car. I like that car. I think that's coming up to the end of the stream. Very goofy car? Sure. I don't think I ever noticed that this thing has a bit of a turn in here. What? Show me a different car from the rear. That's not a very good picture. That's also a very bad picture. What? Let's just type in rear. Oh, okay. I thought it was like a turn-in for air ducting or something. It's just the way in which they move the body around. Okay, fair enough. Because from here, it looks like the race car sort of like turn-in, which would be air ducting to evacuate air from the front wheel well. God, I would love to have one of these cars. But they're like hundreds of thousands of dollars now by the last time I've seen one. Just realized that Clio V6 was a modern version of the yes, kind of. I don't know about the Maxi? Anyway, the i5 Turbo. It was meant to be like a harken back to that. What suspension do we have in here? McPherson strut in the front. I can't tell what we got in the rear. Might also be McPherson strut in the rear. In fact, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's McPherson strut in the rear as well. They facelift regular Clio and modernized V6 alongside. The Clio V6 is not my dream car, but it's a cool car. I would say it's a dream car of mine, not my ultimate dream car though. Facelift was real Mickey Mouse? I don't know about that. Apparently the facelift V6 is actually a much better car driving-wise as well. And also less kill-you-snap oversteer style. Maxi was homologation. Yeah, I know what the Renault the Renault 5 Turbo was. I didn't know that Maxi was in the name. Yeah, really cool. Fun stream, especially that one car by Octane. Oh, well done, bro. Would have been cool if you hadn't have done like stuff to the tires and other things. That would have been so much cooler. To be able to like get that sort of handling out of that sort of car, that would take a lot of effort. If you had have change like the suspension characteristics, say maybe the geometry, but the dampening and spring rates and sway bars, that stuff I would have been fine with you changing, because you're within constraints of automation there, and I feel as if that doesn't really encompass race cars at that point. But yeah. Anything else you guys want me to have a look at before we end the stream? Because otherwise, that is it. Let's clear this out for next stream. For the next stream, I'll try to make a Renault 16 type car. I don't know what that is, with different wheelbase on each side. Okay. Maxi and Renault 5 Turbo are different trims. Regular Turbo was made Group 4. Maxi is for Group B. Okay. Are you sure this is the last stream? This is not the last stream, no. Do you mean the last car? Yes, it is. Let's see if we can figure out who was the person that flubbed their submission. Was it this guy? I think it might have been this guy flubbed their submission. Yeah, it was them. I say that there has to be in mod, like in .zip format or repository link. I don't know how people stuff that up and zip a .car file. What? Like, I remember I had it written as, a beamng mod, and they will still give me .car files. So I wrote it in .zip format, and occasionally I'll get somebody that does that. It's like, really? What? Look at the DS4? Alright, let's have a look at the DS4. DS4. This looks okay. It starts to look weird here, and then really squished. And I don't like that body line. That is a horrible looking body line. That looks way too tall. In this image, it looks a little bit better. If it was like a lower vehicle, like a small hatchback, I think that would look much better. But it looks really tall. Would I say it's ugly? No. Knew it was the Citroen DS4. What are we talking about? Are you sure this is the last Reddit? What? No, the new DS4. Okay. You mean this thing that looks like a Lexus? Kind of. It looks like an SUV. And immediately I have just an aversion to SUVs. I don't like SUVs. The rear end... Can we get a bigger picture of the rear end, please? There we go. The side looks better from the rear, but the rear itself looks a little bit over-detailed? There's some nice details in here, but also a lot of weirdness. It looks like they're going for like the fake diffuser sort of thing, but then made it like really bad, which is a very much thing that you do from the 90s. I don't know. That's not too bad. These lines on the side here, from the front angle, look not so great. The front looks like it wants to be a lot more detailed, but isn't. Like, sorry, more three-dimensional, I should say, but isn't. It doesn't look that bad. I'd give the styling like a 6.5 to a 7 out of 10 sort of range. Please check out my World Crawler Reddit post in your Reddit. All right, let's have a look. I'm assuming it was one that wasn't picked. This is the last one. Okay. Electric Note with Crispy Sham. I mix. I don't see anything with your name on it. Oh, World Crawler. Okay. How do you have, like, a different name for every place? Bro, consistency, please. Looks really ugly. And there's only 2 pictures, and neither of them are close or detailed. What are the details here? Heavy, Brazilian, range 1965. How did this not get more votes 6 days ago? Wow, that's weird that you didn't get any votes. Maybe it's because your photos suck. Interesting. Why do you have a fuel cap here if you have a fuel tank here? That's the first thing. Your front looks too squared off and not really correct. What year is this? 1965? I feel like it could have been a little bit more rounded as opposed to being so square as well. The BMW M8 is my dream car because I like the design. It looks sporty. BMW M8. Yeah, it looks a little too swooshy for my liking. Back end looks okay. Do you know what this looks like? It looks like a Supra. Like, you know the new BMW Supra? That's what this looks like a little bit from the back end. I'm sorry, man. I'm saving money. I think if you took better pictures, you'd probably get more votes. Another SUV lookup. Also, the fact that you hid the description from everybody, that's also gonna maybe hurt it a bit. Another SUV, look up the 4x4. I'll get one soon. I mean, if it's your sort of thing, what engine does it have? I'm guessing it's probably... The V10 era is over, so probably a V8, right? Probably turbo as well? I love how sedan variant of the M8 looks. Really? The sedan variant? I saw that of the corner of my eye and... It's like they're ruining good body lines. Like, it looks okay, but it looks like it's meant to be. Oh, the back end does not look good. On the 4-door. There was another picture of the back end. It looks like a Supra ducktail wing sort of thing. Is this based on the Supra body? Is this the body of the Supra? The Supra is BMW? Yeah, I know. Is this the same body? Sorry, the same chassis and everything? Like, is this basically just... They changed a bit of the design? Weird. V6 and V8? Okay, that sounds about right. I've seen it IRL. It looks way better than it looks on screen. Yeah, I do get a lot of feelings with that with modern cars. This is some weird music, by the way. Very weird. I thought I selected dramatic. This doesn't feel dramatic. Supra sedan? Supra is a Z4. Okay then, fair enough. You know, I do see it. I do like the look of that. But mostly the 2-door version. The 4-door looks okay, but I've never been a fan of, like, 2-doors that are in 4-door form. Gets better photos on the reposts. Oh, I'll get better photos. Okay, sure. Hello, Os England, England, England. That's something. I think you're still trying to fool me to think that you're one of the elves that are from England, England, England. I very much doubt it. Oh, there's a race version of the M8? Oh, interesting. Is that what they've been racing? Huh. I like exclamation marks, if you say so. Welcome, Ryu Miguel. Miguel? How's it going? The new Z4 has great Side and rear, such an awful front. Alright. Z4 2023. I hate how they, like, give future names for cars. I don't mind the front. The side looks okay. The rear looks okay as well. I've always been kind of a fan of the Z... No, not always, actually. When the Z4 first came out, I hated it. Oh. That looks good. Kind of? No. Is that a 3D render? Something looks off. This is weird music. I'm going to skip ahead. That's just weird. There we go. A little bit better. Was du Resident fühlen? Okay. I love the M8 Competizione. What the... That looks bad. There's like 5% where it looks exceptional, but the rest of it looks really bad. Competition? Okay. Yeah, I like it. I like the competition version. BMW Z5 that don't look like an official... What? Is there a Z5? Or are you talking about that thing? That looks bad. Oh my god, it's hideous. That's a different... I think this might be like... That's a render. The front is actually not really... Okay, that is a fake car. Is that fake as well? It might be. That looks more real. Can't tell anything from those photos. That's real. Yeah, a few people have been making fake renders of cars. Weird. Phil is learning German, if you say so. The M8 is good, but I never liked the Z4 or any BMW Z for that matter. Fair enough, okay. I like the Z3, even the clown shoe that a lot of people hate. I like it. The best BMW, in my opinion, which I've looked at so many. These are just awful renders. Z5 does not exist. Oh, okay. That actually looks like a real car, though. It doesn't look like any other BMW I've seen. Will not be called the Z5. Okay, then. I just read that on the thing there. I use Google Translate. Ich bin's Google Überscheiße. Are you saying that it's really shit? Okay. Anyone know the Z43 Touring? Never heard of it. Let's have a look. God, I'm saying it like an American. It's meant to be Z. Nothing is coming up, but we just got more Z4 pictures. The mailing Integra concept. Such a shame the new Integra is the most blank. Yeah, I know, right? Like, trying to cash in on a name? Sure. But that's not really going to help you in any way. I don't... What was their idea there? Make an ugly car? What? Like, what? The True Z4 and others are pretty bad BMW examples, if you say so. I've never driven a BMW. I've been in one before. It felt nice, I suppose. But I think it was also very forgettable. Those headlights look really bad in this sort of setup. Oh, okay. I think I know what you mean now. By the Z4 Touring. Okay. Anyway, I think that's a good place to wrap up the stream. I am hungry, and it is 2:30 a.m. I should probably eat now before it's too late, because I usually go to sleep at about 4 a.m. First Gen C4M seems like an amazing fun car. Let's have a look. First Gen C4M. Oh yeah, the, like, MQ Pay sort of thing. Yeah, I like it. I'd drive it. I'd buy it if it was cheap, but it's not. It never is here in Australia. But Integra were bland cars back in the day. No, they were coupes. They were sporty-ish. In fact, actually, for the day, they were quite cool looking. They were very different from the globulous design of cars that used to exist back in the day. So they were actually more than just bland. Their performance was bland. The new one actually looks ugly, arguably. It was an M3 E46 engine. If you say so, I know nothing about BMW engines. Look up the Chrysler variant. Oh, the Chrysler Valiant. We got the Valiant here in Australia, yeah. Valiant was the Australian name for Chrysler in Australia. But yeah, that's enough. I'm off. Let's, do I have the end screen set up correctly? Let's have a look. I'm just doing a quick little check that all the names are there. Because so many have been added recently by Ringo. The last person I played... Good, yep, okay, that is every name in there. Okay, cool. Bye! Hit that like button.